Gentlemen, it is day two of the NFL draft. It is Friday, April the 24th, 2026. 18:30 hours here on the East Coast of America. We're awaiting the second day of the NFL draft to begin. We are looking at whether there's going to be uh, any trades before the official start. Right now, it does not appear that there are any for this day. Well, we do have a developing story from Jordan Schultz, which is that the Giants have engaged in trade conversations involving defensive end Kayvon Thibodeau. And the Saints are among the teams showing strong interest in Thibodeau. Well, it makes perfect sense. He's got a French name. They speak French down there. If a deal happens, it could be as soon as tonight. So perhaps the Giants, after all, will trade Kayvon Thibodeau. They have too many of the same types of players. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But other than that, we do not currently have any trades or news going on in the NFL. What we're going to do is we're going to keep track of this thing over here, which is the best available. Who's, doesn't really say that, but yeah, best available. We'll keep track of this as the night goes on. Right now, they have Jermod McCoy as number one. He's got an ACL problem, a knee problem. Otherwise, he would have went in the first round. But then they have all these players. So as the picks are made and so forth, these people will start coming off. Now we're going to be in this area over here. So some intriguing players still available. We could double up at wide receiver. We could focus on the defense. Could be a linebacker. Could be a safety. Could be a defensive tackle. Could be an offensive guard. We don't know. But plenty of good players still available. So we should pick up one more, at least, impact player today. So that'll make four. And, we'll see where it goes from there. And we'll see if Mooj makes any trades back, forward, sideways, you name it. So we'll keep an eye on all of that. We got Phil Adams in the chat. He says audio visual 100%. All right. Then we got High Karate. He's over here. He says, what up, FSPN? Then we got Bialy. He's a member of the Inner Circle. You could be a member of the Inner Circle if you would just spend $2 a month by clicking the join button down below. You get tons of extras, including the Beast, which we got over here. So if you wanted to take a look, let's say we take one of these safeties, you might want to know how they rank, what the write-up is on them. So we'll keep an eye on that. We might get Keontae Scott. We might get EMW. We might get AJ Halsey. We might get none of these people. So we'll have to see. But we got this open and ready to go as well. So we have all of that going on. We'll also keep an eye on the wires, the lists of all the NFL writers and the Jet writers. When the picks start coming in, we'll turn off Twitter, though, to make sure that we don't get spoilage. So we'll have to see about that, but we'll keep an eye on all of this. We should be starting in about 25 minutes. The picks are going to go faster tonight than they did last night. So it'll be exciting. Be more guys coming off the board. We're not going to track every single pick like we did yesterday, though. We'll just take a look at who's still available via the ESPN list of best available. So we'll have to see about all of that. Alan is here. He says a quiet night jet wise. Well, if we get one more impact player at least, that's pretty good. But of course, we don't have a third round pick currently. So we'll see if Muji decides to trade that 44th pick back, maybe, and maybe pick up extra picks, in which case it won't be so quiet. But if he sticks and picks, hopefully he gets a nice impact player at 44. And then we can start thinking about day 3 tomorrow. Bialy says, yeah, the inner circle, well worth it. $2 a month, you get tons of extras. You get inside information. You get lots and lots of stuff. And that's that. Who are we targeting? Well, let's take a look at this best available. I would say, if EMW was there, this is the best available according to ESPN. McCoy has an injury. I wouldn't go after him. A pretty severe injury, that is, not just something normal. But if we're looking, like if EMW's there, we should grab him. We could double up at wide receiver. Somebody like Denzel Boston could fall. If Caden McDonald is there, you take him, no question about it. We're probably not going edge, so Zion Young, Cassius Howell probably out. Colton Hood is someone that we could target. And then you have some of these guards like Chase Basantis could be, but I would be surprised, but I wouldn't hate it either. Anthony Hill, linebacker. We're not going to go tight end. We can be pretty sure about that. So Eli Stowers is out. But Zachariah Branch is here. Chris Brazel, if we want to double up on the wide receivers, I'd be a little surprised if we did that. But we could. Then we could think about the linebacker core. We got C.J. Allen and Jacob Rodriguez here. That could make some sense. We also have Keontae Scott. This is a guy who plays safety or nickel. This is basically a good defensive back. Let's make this a little bigger. Keontae Scott here. And then Kristen Miller's a guy even that we could take as well. So all of these players, and then as a fallback, you have A.J. Halsey down here. So there's lots of good players available, and a lot of them fit our needs. So what we're going to do is we're going to track the best available here on ESPN as the picks start coming off, and we'll see who. Now we're picking like 12th, I think, this round, because you got to go from 32 to 44 before we get to pick. So we'll see. But these guys are going to start coming off the board right here. And so we'll see how that works out. But that's how we're going to keep track of it. James Thompson, do we get a QB? I don't think so. Not today. But we could. I mean, I would not be in favor of that. But you never know. Infrez, I like Rodriguez, but he'll be gone. Well, he might be gone. You never know who will be gone, but he probably is sought after. We'll see how these teams do. The fact of the matter is somebody's going to fall to us. So there's enough good players here, and we have the way our roster is set up. Like these edge guys are coming off, and now we don't need any edge. So they're going to come off. And so, the fact of the matter is we got a good bucket of players, and I always say we got to think in buckets, not players, individual players, but buckets of players. We got a big bucket here where we could go lots of different ways. We don't have to force anything, and that's a good thing. I personally would like a safety, so my personal opinion would be, EMW or Keontae Scott or A.J. Halsey. That would be my preference personally. I think we need an impact safety on this defense. Minka's fine and all, but we need more than that. It's nice that we were able to land a nice blue chip player like Minka Fitzpatrick. Even at his age, still a blue chipper. But we kind of need another one, And then you can really mix and match and do a lot of things with your defense. But it's hard to do when you're playing Malachi Moore and other people. So I would like to see an high-impact safety myself, but there's lots of different options here. D'Angelo Pons is another name that a lot of people like. He's not listed on this list here as far as the first 25, but Pond's sort of an undersized cornerback who can play in the slot and is very good at what he does. So then if you do that, then you're not playing, Minka in the nickel that much, in the nickel cornerback spot very much. Put him back in a more traditional safety position, but the good news is there's enough good players here that we should get a good player. I would lean defense probably, considering we went 2 out of 3 offense, right, in the first day. So we probably want to balance that out. The offense is, really the only places you could really go offensively is in maybe another wide receiver or a backup center or a guard, and that's really it. I mean, but the defense continues to need a lot of work. So I would think we're probably leaning defense with this pick, depending on how the board falls. So we'll start knowing that here in about 19 minutes. We do have the TV over here, so we're going to carry it live. It's going to be on ABC in living color, over-the-air television, and we'll be able to do that. So we'll keep track that way. We won't have to rely on NFL Plus. So we have that going on, and we'll see how that all works. Infres says, I think we have more flexibility than people are saying here, too. Yeah, we got tons of flexibility. We don't really have to force anything. The thing we needed to get, we got it yesterday. We needed at least 2 really good pass catchers, and we got them, Sadiq and Cooper. So that was what we had to have, and a dominant edge. And we got all 3, really, if you think about it, on day 1. So now it's really just how does the board fall and who has the highest grade in certain areas. We're probably, there's only some positions that we're completely ruling out, probably, like edge. We probably shouldn't go back to that well. Offensive tackle, we don't need to go there. But other than that, other than those few positions, we really could go anywhere. And then it's just going to be, okay, out of these positions of need, what player's available and who's the highest graded, and let's go get them. So that's the good news. That's the good news. JoJo's here. He says safety or linebacker. Matthias is here. He says cornerback Colton Hood. Infres says, get the snacks ready. Yeah, you always got to have snacks at the ready. Otherwise, you spend too much time preparing your snacks. Yeah. JoJo says, wouldn't mind a little trade back. At 44, try to add another 4th, possibly a 3rd. Yeah, everybody would like a trade back and still get the player you want. Everybody would love that. So we'll have to see what Mooj is able to do with this draft. But we'll see. Matthias says cornerback, linebacker. JoJo says, first draft I ever watched where a team didn't trade future assets. Everyone holding on to those 2027 picks. Yeah, 2027 is a pretty big draft. Good thing we have three first rounders, I guess. That's pretty good GMing. So, yeah. Now, something else that you may want to know about is the old Frankie blog. What about this blog that Frankie's been writing? Well, it's a column. Yeah, we got articles on Mooch. We got articles on these prognosticators, with their 24% hit rate. We got articles about all sorts of stuff. Going to be lots and lots of stuff up on this Substack. FrankieFromFlatbush.substack.com. FrankieFromFlatbush.substack.com. Also has audio, so there's an audio version of the Frankie Show. So wherever you get your audio podcasts, you may want to subscribe to the pod. Substack, anytime you upload a video, it can automatically create audio and send it out as a podcast. I don't even have to do much work, which is good, because I don't want to do much work. Much more anyway. tired enough as it is. So you may want to subscribe to this. Frankie from Flatbush.substack.com. So there's that going on. So Jeremy Fowler is now reporting teams early in the second round believe 49ers have enough interest traction to potentially do another deal. Morning set yet though? That doesn't seem to make sense. Probably means not set yet though. Should be some defensive line action early. So people are talking about this defensive line move, run that maybe could happen. If you look at it, that probably means Caden McDonald's gone, Zion Young, Cassius Howell probably all gone. But how much of a run will it be? Gabe Jackus probably gone. So we probably need to, then Kristen Miller. So we probably need to start focusing on these defensive backs, if I had to guess. But don't know. We could go wide receiver again. We could go cornerback. We could go lots of different ways with this one. So we'll have to see how it goes. So Rich Cimini's predicting Chase Bisontis, the guard out of Texas A&M. He's a Jersey guy. I just don't know why we would take a guard after signing Dylan Parham. It's we gave Parham a lot of money, and that tells you they believe in him. Now we could always move Tippmann back to center and kick Josh Myers out of there, but Zach Rosenblatt is predicting defensive back. Colton Hood, Jermod McCoy, although I would be very scared of McCoy with his injury. D'Angelo Pons, Avion Terrell, McNeil Warren, or A.J. Halsey. He says he would pick Jacob Rodriguez. Okay. Jersey for Hawks says Hood would be fine. Colton Hood would be good. Good with Hood. Uh, hold on one second. I'm getting a notification. Talks amongst yourselves. Frankie will be right back. Hang on. Hang on. I got to get to take care of this notification. Talk amongst yourselves. Man. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Where are we here? 6 minutes to go. Infres says, nice Red Dead poster. Yeah. Jojo, I read somewhere the Giants want to trade back into the first for Cooper. I think a lot of people wanted Cooper, including probably uh, the Bills, who we jumped. Jojo Rodriguez is my main target. Yeah, he's a popular guy. Lots of pundits and teams and things like Jacob Rodriguez for various reasons. So we got 5 minutes to go. The Nationals are not talking about much now. Ian Rappaport's putting out that the 49ers are getting action on number 33. After that pick, all eyes on the Arizona Cardinals. So that seems to just be similar to what we've been hearing. We're going to keep this on here to see what everybody's talking about for the next 4 minutes. And then we're going to turn Twitter completely off so that the spoilage doesn't happen. And we'll just keep track via the live broadcast over here to the right. Jets, who's your bucket target? Well, we got a best available over here, Jets. So we got a pretty big bucket if you think about it. This is the best available from ESPN, so we're going to rely on this. Basically, I would like to have a safety myself, but EMW, we're probably going defense, I think. If Caden McDonald's there, you take him for sure. We're probably not going edge. We could go cornerback. Rich Samini saying we might go Chase Bisantis, the guard from Texas A&M. We could go linebacker with Hill. We're definitely not going tight end. We could double up at wide receiver, or we could get one of these linebackers, Allen Rodriguez, or we could go Keontae Scott, AJ Halsey. I would put a premium on safety. We're not picking for a long time after this. So I think you got to look and say, all right, does the player value match the draft position? And I think it does for these three players, Keontae Scott, A.J. Halsey, and EMW, if you can get him, but he's probably not going to fall to you. So, some of these other positions you're going to have to get in the 4th round and 5th round. These safeties, you might think that it's a deeper enough position where some other guys beyond this are going to fall to you in round 4, which case you may want to try and get defensive tackle. But it's a big bucket here, and there's enough good players for us so that it's not essential that we get this one guy who, whatever falls to us, we'll just probably get the best one at a position of need. If Katie McDonald falls, great. If EMW falls, great. If I personally don't like the idea of getting a guard here. We just have too many holes on defense. But if you love Colton Hood and he's there, okay, cool. If Jake Rodriguez is there, all right, great. But me personally, if you love Jake Goldday, he happens to be there. But I would attack safety. We've been riding with bad safeties for too long, and we got Minka. That's good, but I think we need a young buck to run alongside him. And so that would be my personal preference. But But there's enough. The idea is that there's enough good players on this list here at positions of need that we should be able to add one more, at least, impact player today in day two. And so if that's the case, I don't want to say the draft is over because you want to find value picks and we still need depth and all kinds of things in round 4 and 5. But to me, the biggest position of need right now is safety. I mean, as of today, Andre Cisco is our starting safety next to Minka. That's not good enough. Malachi Moore and Dane Belton are backups. So I think, as long as somebody's here that makes sense, that would be my preference. I know it's not a sexy, position. People don't love it, but it's essential. I think it's also essential for what Aaron Glenn wants to do with the defense. If you think about his safeties that he had with Denver, I mean, he's always had a good ball hawking safety, hard hitting safeties. We got one with Minka. Now we need the young buck to run beside him, I think. So we'll see how it goes, but there's enough here to make sure that we get a good player. Jojo says, I think EMW coming off the board early. Could very well. He's the second best available, so could very well be coming off the board very soon. Seeing Ghost is here. Let's hope for a nice evening. Seeing Ghost is also a member of the Inner Circle. You could be a member of the Inner Circle for just $2 a month. Click the join button down below. Click the join button down below. If you're new here, click the subscribe button. And as always, click the thumbs up for the video. We would appreciate it as we drive on here on FSPN, covering this NFL draft like nobody's ever seen before. So we got the ticker up above. We got the docket to the left over there. And as of right now, we're scheduled to have only one player picked today. Now, the draft is on television. We're going to keep an eye on it right over here. And I don't know if this is live. Yeah, this is live. Goodell probably. Well, let's turn this on. Tell me if you guys can hear this. You shouldn't. Oh, yeah. So this is live. Pat McAfee's here. Thank God. He's got to be present for everything. Record-setting attendance. Goodell's going over. All right, so Goodell is telling Pittsburgh, that they set a record for attendance. Of course, there's nothing to do in Pittsburgh, as I know. Lived there 6 years. And so, of course, it's very easy for them to show up for something like this. Football crazy town where there's not a lot going on. Yeah, we'll show up for the draft. Fuck yeah. So, not really surprising. And now they have Pat McAfee standing there with his arms folded. I don't know why they need the punter there, but I guess you need a punter around sometimes. But they have some legends up on stage, and Goodell is yik yakety talking. All right, Beloy, says B. Trav. Matthias Simon says, okay, let's go, Frankie. Yeah. Does he have green hair? No, he's got his normal blonde hair. Standing there looking like a doofus. Don't know why he's there, but no, your TV sound isn't coming through. Okay, good. We don't want it to because that could be. All right, there has been a trade. I'm sorry. No, there isn't. San Francisco's on the clock. Now, there's only 7 minutes between picks here. So we'll see if the 49ers actually make the trade. It goes 49ers, Cardinals, then the Bills. The Bills didn't make any picks in day one at all. So we'll have to see if this pick acquiring strategy for Buffalo makes any sense at all. Maybe they think, hey, We stink at picking players in the first round, which they kind of do. Well, let's not make any first round picks then. Let's trade back into the second and third rounds where it's safer and stuff. So we'll have to see. So now they're just yickety yakking about best available. Where's this one going to go? Where's that one going to go? 49ers. So, yeah. So um, they're probably going to take this down to the wire and maybe even trade out. Trade out. Matthias says, I heard San Francisco wants to trade out. Yeah, of course they do. That's one of the more valuable picks. So why not acquire more picks? I don't know if any of these top guys here are appealing to them to make the picks. So you basically have to make them an offer better than what they could acquire just by sticking right here. So they have Nick Saban talking over here. The 49ers need a safety edge. So basically, if the 49ers need a safety, then they could just take EMW right here. And so that would be a nice pick for them. And that's probably what they're contemplating. They probably have some offers on the table, but are those offers better than just go ahead and picking EMW, which apparently is one of their number one needs, according to what they showed on television? I don't know if that's how accurate that is, but they said safety is one of their big needs. So maybe they just go ahead and take EMW. Yeah. That's what they're contemplating there in San Francisco. Um, so we'll have to see about that. Yeah, they might want to trade out. They might not. Dooby dooby doo. Yeah. Matthias says, imagine if we traded to get our pick back. Well, we're not going to do that. I don't think we're going to come all the way up here. We might make some small moves around. When we're picking, when we see how the board plays out, we might move up a few spots to make sure we get a key player that we really want. Or if we have a bucket of players that we like and we want to move back and we know we're going to get one in our bucket, then we could move back. Or we could just stick where we are and pick. Denzel Boston, they're showing. Certainly, I don't think the 49ers need a wide receiver myself personally. You wonder if any of these teams is going to take a risk on Jermod McCoy, very talented cornerback. People say he's like Stingley, but injury concerns. At what point does Jermod McCoy make sense value-wise with as talented as he is? At some point, it makes sense to take a risk on the injury. Yeah. Jojo says, will we draft a quarterback at some point tomorrow? It's certainly possible. And what I would like to happen is it happens tomorrow and it's either Peyton or Aller instead of Beck or Nussmeier. I don't want Beck or Nussmeier. I think they're no good at quarterbacking. But I would like to take a shot on either Cole Payton or Drew Aller in round 4 or 5. Those guys are worth stashing on your team just in case they develop because they have so much potential. They probably will flame out like most quarterbacks do, but for a 4th or 5th round pick, that's the type of guy that you want to take a chance on, in my opinion. A lot of people are talking about Carson Beck and Garrett Nussmeier. Those are people who had a lot of shine on them before the season started, so a lot of scouts have a confirmation bias. So 2 minutes left for the 49ers here. They're showing Zachariah Branch on the telephone, people on the telephone. So they're taking this all the way down. Up. The pick is in, so they did not trade out, apparently. 49ers pick is in, so they didn't trade the 33rd pick. Jersey Frog says, Allen, linebacker. would not, I don't think the C.J. Allen's going to sell any tickets. We only have one pick today. We don't trade up. Yeah, Peyton is lefty. Yep, that's accurate. That is accurate. So not enough trade value having 33. Well, at least according to the 49ers, if this is true, they're saying the pick is in, and the 49ers value may not be the same as the Jets value. I bet you they're picking EMW here, and they were probably like, well, we could trade back, but we really want EMW. You know, that would be good value right here. Get yourself a starting safety who's well thought of. And they're still yickety yakety. Can we go to the commissioner, please, and get the pick? Ned Warrior just got here in time. Yeah, you gotta be on time, Ned Warrior. Maybe no one wanted to trade up. Well, I think they did. Reports were that there have been talks, and they took it all the way down to the wire. So I'm sure they were talking to people, but I think if Field Yates says their number one need is safety, I know who knows if that's true. That's Field Yates. Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. But if he's right, then they should just take EMW and go away smiling. It's a nice pick. All right, let's see what this pick is now. They brought out a punter named Andy Lee to make this pick, and now he's rambling on about Pittsburgh. Nobody cares, Andy. Just tell us what the pick is, please. Oh, wow. They went wide receiver. Again, another wide receiver for the 49ers. What a waste of a pick. Although I really like this on Stribling. So Stribling, people thought we could get Stribling in the fourth round. He went in the top of the second. Wow. Another wide receiver for Shanahan. Boy, does he love his wide receivers. All right, well, we'll see how he does with old Shanny. NFL loves dragging out these picks. Yeah, they need to start getting a little quicker. Hopefully, these start coming in here. Wide receiver factory. Yeah, and then they flame out. I mean, I don't know. They get them, they love them, and then they hate them, and then they trade them. They have weird holdouts. One down we didn't want. Eh? If you look at it that way, we weren't going to pick this guy this high. I mean, this guy would have been attractive to us at round 4, but apparently the league thought a lot more highly of him than most. So now Arizona's on the clock ticking. But yeah, I guess the way to think about it is, pick is in. So hopefully these start coming in quickly. Way to really think about it is the more offensive guys go off the board, the better, because I think we kind of need defense here. Cardinals need offensive line, according to Field Yates. So maybe they take Chase Bisantis. Perhaps. Matthias says defense for us. James Conner to make the pick. There you go, Chase Bisantis. So good pick by the uh, Cardinals, and there goes the guy that Samini said we would pick. There he goes. So it makes sense. He was the highest offensive lineman on the. Jesus. All right, hang on. Talk amongst yourselves. Getting another notification here. Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves. All right. Sorry about that. I have a bunch of stuff going on here. Uh, Let me know what happened. What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Houston Texans are on the clock. So it says the Texans need a defensive tackle. So if that's the case, they're probably taking Caden McDonald. Then the Giants pick, they need defensive tackle very badly. So they might take Kristen Miller. Pick is in. Bills took TJ Parker. Huh. Well, if the Texans and Giants pick defensive tackles, and maybe one of our safeties will slide to us. That'd be nice. Matthias, do you really want to start Andre Cisco at safety? Is that what you're looking for? I don't. I mean, right now our safeties are Andre Cisco, Minka Fitzpatrick. Minka's good. Then we have Malachi Moore and Dane Belton. That's not a good foursome. That's 1 out of 4 players who are good. We need another one. Mad Merch is here. He's a member of the Inner Circle. You could be a member of the Inner Circle by clicking the join button down below. He says, back 7, pick a spot. Pick is in. The pick is in for the Houston Texonians. Bringing out some of these legends. By the way, we got the Curtis Martin jersey on because we're supposed to be bringing out Curtis Martin. Caden McDonald. There it is. Yep. Makes sense. There he goes. Now, the Giants also need a defensive tackle, I think. They don't have any of those. They have tons of edge players. So I would think the next pick is probably Kristen Miller. You would have to think. Caden McDonald, that's a good pick for the Texans. Fits right into what they want to do. The Cisco kid was a friend of mine. He drink whiskey, Pancho drink the wine. Yeah, but the problem is he can't play safety, so that's the problem. Not very well, anyways. So good to see Caden McDonald go off the board. He's a first-round talent. They got him in the early second round, so good value for the Texans. Good job by D'Amico and the boys down there. Now, the Giants and then the Raiders. So this is probably the start of the defensive tackle situation where there's a run. Man, I would have loved him on the Jets. Would have been good. Texans D gets even better. Yeah, they're just going to keep rolling with that defense. How about Jacoby Thomas? Never heard of him, Matthias. I'm rocking a Namath Kelly Green. Yeah, we're rocking the Curtis Martin here because he's going to be making our pick today, allegedly. So always good to rock the Curtis Martin or the Joe Namath. Some of the legends, you know. But so we're aware, here's where the best available stand, you know. Second best available, EMW is still available. Jermon McCoy is still available. They list McCoy as number one, but he's the only reason he's here is because of his injury situation. Some teams have him off their board entirely. He has some sort of degenerative knee or something. So the Giants pick is in. Let's see if they pick off any of these players on this board here. These top players. They could go any number of direction, but I think they need defensive tackle, personally. McDonald would have been a really nice player for them, but one thing they're probably not doing is going edge, I would think. So Young and Howell probably not going here. But pretty much anything else they could go. You know, Kristen Miller might be the pick here. I think they're not going to go linebacker because they're going to use Arvell Reese as a linebacker. If you didn't hear the news today, they're basically not going to use him as an edge player, which is interesting. They're going to sit him next to Tremaine Edmonds that they have, and that moves Micah whatever his name is, to the bench where he should go. And they're going to use him in the middle of the field as a linebacker. They're not going to use Arvell Reese as an edge, which is interesting. So he's basically going to be a more conventional linebacker for them, middle of the field type linebacker. So that being the case, they have their two linebackers. They have two linebackers, and then they have their edge players, their hybrid linebacker defensive end types. So that's all sorted out. What they need is some defensive tackles, I think. So here's a good spot to get one. If I were them, I would go ahead and grab me some Kristen Miller right here. Plug up the middle. That's what I would do. I think they have enough wide receivers. They can grab another one later. But I think they need to bulk up the defensive tackles. They did a good job getting Maui Noah yesterday. Now the offensive line's looking pretty good, you know. So if they get some big fatties in the middle, maybe they'll be all right. And then that Reese pick is looking pretty good, especially if they finally do trade Kayvon Thibodeau. Reports are that they might. Even Field Yates says their biggest team need is defensive tackle, so that agrees with my analysis of their roster. They got a roster over here. Pick is in. Let's see who it might be. They're bringing out somebody. O.C. Umenyiora, wow. A very underrated player. Oh, wow. Colton Hood. All right, they went cornerback. There goes one of the Jets' projected picks, Colton Ace Hood. Ace Hood. So they got a hard-hitting, very good man cover cornerback. I still don't know how they propose to stop the run, but okay. Maybe they think they can get defensive tackles later. Maybe they just didn't like Christian Miller, and maybe they just had too much of a grade on Colton Hood. According to this list, the seventh best available. Obviously, they weren't going to pick edge. I don't think they needed wide receiver. They apparently liked him better than Avion Terrell. So Colton Hood of Tennessee goes to the Gigantes. Nice cornerback. So now, next up is the Raiders, then the Browns. So they're showing the highlights of Colton Hood. Colton Hood in the hood. Thing about him is he really does like to tackle. He's a very hard-hitting, good tackling cornerback. So those are rare. So coaches love those types. But EMW still sitting up there. Got some edge players. I would expect maybe these edge players, Vegas. They probably need another wide receiver. They might take Denzel Boston right here, or maybe Elijah Surratt or something to get Fernando, his guy. I would think they pick Denzel Boston right here. They need some wide receiver depth and juice. Get the big, tall wide receiver. EMW falling. There goes my cornerback. Yeah. Should have drafted Styles. Good to see. It means so much to the young man. Yeah. So Colton Hood out. But that's, again, why you got to think in buckets. I keep telling you guys. Now here comes the Raiders. Again, I would think Denzel Boston here, but they can go a lot of different ways. Let's see what they do. Matt Millen is here. Wow. Well, they went safety. They didn't go wide receiver. They went Traden Stukes, the versatile safety out of Arizona. So EMW really is falling. I don't think anybody thought. There's a lot of people who love Traden Stukes, but I don't think anybody had him rated above EMW. So Stukes was a guy who maybe was in consideration for us at 44. He goes to the Raiders at 38. Interesting. Speedy guy. So they ignore Fernando Mendoza. Well, plus probably they're not playing Fernando Mendoza. They're playing Kirk Cousins, I guess. So Kirk Cousins, you can figure it out on offense. We'll go get some defense. I guess. Yeah, that's much higher than consensus. So Venom says we can hear the TV. Uh-oh. Hopefully I don't get any warnings. Also, maybe I'll just keep this, maybe I'll take it down a few notches in the old volume department. Thank you, Venom. Pick is in for the Browns. So we'll see where the Browns go. We're keeping track of this best available list here. Browns, obviously the Browns did really well yesterday. I really like what the Browns did yesterday. They traded back and still picked up wide receiver that they wanted and an offensive lineman that they wanted, and they traded back and picked up more draft capital. That's great job by Andrew Berry, I think. Now, what do they need now? So they took care of what their major needs. So they might want to double up on wide receiver. So they could go Denzel Boston here. They probably, I don't know, they don't need too much on defense, I don't think. Maybe they get David Njoku replacement in Eli Stowers, even though they picked up Fannin last year. I don't know. They probably, if I were them, I'd probably go Denzel Boston here. We need more from the wide receiver position. Even though we picked up one yesterday, let's go get another one. Why not? The cupboard was bare for that. You know. Well, there's teams. Tons of teams need safeties. I don't know exactly, but Kansas City could use a safety because they lost Brian Cook. Venom says, "Got your back, bro." Yeah, we don't want. So the reason we don't want the TV to be heard is because we don't want a copyright strike from YouTube. We tried doing some film study the other week, and YouTube sent me a little warning saying, "Hey, you can't show that NCAA footage. NCAA is the rights holder, the IP rights holder, so they're protecting their rights and all that." And same thing with this television. If you guys start hearing it, then maybe YouTube will pick it up that I'm trying to steal the broadcast or something. So that's why we don't want that to happen. Now we could just keep the volume off. It's not like the first round where it was essential we had to listen to every syllable. But as you can see, with still a lot of great players on the board here, EMW is still on the board. We're not taking edge, so we would like these edge players to come off because we're not going there. Eli Stowers, we're not going there. We would like Eli Stowers to come off the board, please. We could double up on wide receiver. I doubt we are. We could go linebacker. We could go guard with Bregnon. We could go defensive safety like Keontae Scott is a sort of a slot corner / free safety type. We could go defensive tackle with Kristen Miller. We could go safety with an AJ Halsey. So all these people are in play. Probably the only thing not in play is probably edge and tight end, I would think at this point, pretty much an offensive tackle. So plenty of good players here, though. Let's just hope Mooj and Glenn make the right pick. Pick is in for the Brownies. YouTube police. Yeah, it's really the rights holders. The NCAA is very strict. All right, tell me if you can hear this. Joe Hayden, the Browns 2010 pick. Denzel Boston. There you go. Told you. So the Browns are having themselves a good draft. I would say that. The Browns are doing really, really well. They now got two wide receivers, high quality ones, and an offensive lineman. So I think Andrew Berry's killing this draft. These last two drafts for Andrew Berry have been very good after some shaky ones in the beginning of his career. So there goes Denzel. That was, remember, the last guy in our bucket one of wide receivers. So he goes to the Browns, who desperately need wide receiver help. So it makes perfect sense. I think the Browns are having a really nice draft. Now, can they get a quarterback to throw these people the ball? That's the question. We'll find that out this year. But next on the clock is Kansas City. They could go safety because they lost Brian Cook to the Bengals, so they might want a replacement there. Then the Bengals are next up. They could use just about everything, I think, except wide receiver, probably. So, Flatbush Dre says, first 2 days of the draft, Frankie. Good first 2 days. Well, thank you, Dre. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Pick is in for the Jefes. Oh, they did pick up Alohi Gilman, so maybe they don't need a safety. I'm not sure. Maybe they want a cornerback here. So maybe Avion Terrell, perhaps. But they did pick up a corner in round one, so maybe not, maybe not. Okay, they go edge. So maybe some of these edge players can start coming off the board. They went R, Mason, Thomas down here. A lot of people liked R, Mason, Thomas. Sometimes you just got to go by one letter in your name, R. You know, it's like he's a pirate. R, Mason Thomas. He's going to steal all your booty. So our Mason Thomas comes off the board. That was not going to be a target for us. So that's good. Now we got Cincinnati and then New Orleans. Cincinnati, they need just about everything but wide receiver. I could see them going tight end even, though they probably want to bulk up their defense some more. Remember, they made a trade for Sexy Dexy, and now they have a decent defensive line, even after losing Hendrickson. So they probably aren't going D-line, but maybe they want a linebacker. Maybe I think Cincinnati needs a linebacker, right? So maybe that's the pick. There are some attractive linebackers here, like Anthony Hill and maybe C.J. Allen. Maybe this is where Jacob Rodriguez goes to Cincinnati. They want turnovers. Seems like a good fit. I bet you Cincinnati, the pick is in. I bet you they ran in this pick probably for Jacob Rodriguez. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they want a ball hawking turnover machine like Jacob Rodriguez. Peter Woods went in the first round, so he's not here anymore. Pick is in for the Bengalis. Here they come. They say defensive tackle is a need. I mean, they just got Sexy Dexy. All right, Cash's house. So they went edge. So now some of these edges are coming off. So they did go defense. Now you got New Orleans and then Miami and then us. Chiefs having a solid draft. Yeah, they usually do. So Cincinnati, I like what Cincinnati's kind of doing. They're kind of just rebuilding this defense of theirs. I kind of like what Cincinnati's been up to uh, this draft and this offseason. This is a quick guy off the edge here. So he gone. Now, New Orleans, they don't need wide receiver. They could probably use a tight end. Um, They don't need running back. They could use some defensive players probably. Then Miami could pick literally anyone. But EMW is sitting up here. I mean, EMW could fall in our lap. That would be perfect. But then again, New Orleans could take him. Miami could take him. You don't know what's going to happen. Howell reminds me of Will McDonald. Yeah, he's just a quick guy off the edge. I think his arms are a little short. That's why he went in the second round. So the Saints are on the clock, then Miami, then us. So the pick is in for the Saints. Wonder if they might want Jacob Rodriguez, ball hawking linebacker. Somebody. I mean, Rodriguez is falling. Let's see. The pick is in. Kristen Miller. So there, defensive tackle. The Saints go. So Miller comes off. So we could basically choose. We're either going to get. We could either get EMW or basically only one of these players is going to come off. Oh, EMW or CJ Allen or Jacob Rodriguez or Scott. And but the Dolphins could really pick anything. Like But the Dolphins probably should go get Zion Young. That would be a nice pick for them. I think they already picked a cornerback in round one, so they don't need that probably as much. I would, if I were them, I would go get some pass rush with Zion. Man, let's just hope and pray Muji and Glenn get it right. God damn it. Let's Dolphins are now on the clock. They already picked Caden Proctor, which was a risky pick, and then a nice safe pick with Chris Johnson at cornerback. That was a good pick. So now, if I were them, I'd go after Zion Young personally, get an edge. You know, they need some juice. They got Chop Robinson and not much else. So that's what I would do, but I don't know. Man, one pick away we are from our announcement, and it should be Curtis Martin coming out for the Jets. Field says they need wide receiver, edge, safety. So they could basically do anything. Who knows? Maybe they want Zachariah Branch or Brazel, or who knows? They might want EMW. We don't know. Matthias wants Rodriguez. Yeah, we're all familiar with Jacob Rodriguez's game. Very athletic linebacker. Had a lot of turnovers in the Big 12 with Texas Tech. So we'll see about that. Well, one good thing about having a lot of needs, you can you can whatever pick we make, as long as it's not something crazy, you can make a good case for it for the most part. So we're waiting. The pick is in now for the Dolphins. The pick is in. The pick is in. They could go any which way. We're currently looking at the best available list provided by ESPN. Doesn't mean that it is the best available, but that's what they think is the best available right now. The Dolphins pretty much have a barren roster. They could do anything. If I were them, I'd probably take Zion Young myself, but they could do just about it. They also have a terrible wide receiver room. They probably have the worst wide receiver room in football, so they might want to pick one of these wide receivers here. But they literally could do anything. Might want to go safety. You just never know. When you have a roster full of nothing, you could do whatever you want. So we'll see which of these guys they had the highest graded here. Pretty sure they'll just go their highest graded guy. But now we have commercials going on, and so that's kind of crappy. But I wish we didn't have to deal with these commercials. Yeah, somebody got to pay for this broadcast, Frankie. Yeah, but I don't, why do I got to watch these commercials? Yeah, man, come on, get back to it. I'm not going to buy a couch. Like, I'm not going to. I don't care what you tell me. I'm not going to buy a couch right now. I'm not going to buy a Toyota Corolla either. So let's just get back to it. Can we please? I think they always go to these long commercial breaks when they know they got the New York teams on the hook. They know what's going on. They know we're hanging on to every word. All right, they're bringing it back. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's time now for another pick. Who's the Dolphins legend? Well, here he comes, whoever it is. Well, there goes Rodriguez. There goes Rodriguez. So he's out. Good pick. Good pick. All right. Well, I think that the choice is clear for us. I think we should go EMW. That's what I think. It would be a clear win. Hard hitting safety out of Toledo. But the Dolphins go and get the turnover machine known as, in a good way, Jacob Rodriguez. Nice mustache. Considering all the things left, I think we should just take EMW and just be happy and smile and move on. I'm not going to look at the chat because we might have already made the pick and people might already know what it is. So I'm not looking at the chat right now. We'll look back at the chat after the pick. A lot of people are going to be disappointed that Rodriguez went to the Dolphinians. You know, we have to see this mother trucker twice a year, so it's kind of annoying. Jets now on the clock. Pick not yet in, according to my television. 5 minutes remaining. The New York Jets have traded the pick to Detroit. Golly. Well, there we go. We traded the pick. So I wonder what we picked up and how far we went back. So there you go. There you go. It has to be a trade back. No, you can't trade up at this point. So there you go. So Mooj able to make more picks out of this pick. Now if we can get the trade details, that would be nice. Maybe the Jets wanted Rodriguez, maybe, or maybe they just got a really nice offer by Detroit. Well, we got to see what this trade is before we know. Phil goes down to 50 and 128. All right. We picked up 128. That basically gets our pick back from, actually improves it from moving up yesterday. So this is a good move. Now, who are we going to get at 50? You know, obviously they're comfortable with their bucket of players that they know they're going to get at 50, which is only 6 more picks away. So I think this is a good move without knowing who we pick at 50. But we basically improved on our pick from yesterday that we needed to move up to get Cooper. We basically recouped that pick plus 50 slots. So in a vacuum, seems like a good move. And so, yeah, Mr. Net Warrior, did we really need a safety? Well, I mean, do you want Andre Cisco to play or do you want somebody good to play? Our safety situation right now, for those who don't know, Andre Cisco starts next to Minkah Fitzpatrick, and the 2 backups are Dane Belton and Malachi Moore. 3 of those players are bad and 1's really good. So do you want bad safety play or do you want to improve it? That's really the question. Now the Ravens are on the clock. What? So that means the Lions pick has to be in. They must have skipped it. Oh, they picked Derek Moore. So the Lions wanted Derek Moore for Michigan. Okay. They picked him. I know that because of this little asterisk here. This update's live with this little asterisk. So they must have picked him. Now the Ravens are picking, and the pick is in. Stupid Ravens. So in a vacuum, without knowing who we're picking, it seems like a decent trade where we picked up what we lost yesterday, but also picked up 50 spots. So that seems good. Tampa Jets fan wants C.J. Allen. Jojo says Jets have three fourth rounds trade up into the third coming later. Maybe. But we have the ammunition for it, and that's good. Gotta have. The safety might still be there. Edge Moore, gone. Yeah. So whatever this website works, they do a little asterisk to tell you what the current pick is, which is kind of interesting. Maybe our target might be D'Angelo Bonds, and maybe they knew they could get him, so might as well just trade back. I could see that. The Ravens pick. The Ravens, well, they could do anything, of course. Maybe they go for Eli Stowers, Tower of Power. Eli Stowers, tight end out of Vanderbilt. Muji is like a master trader. Well, I think they had their bucket and they felt comfortable that they were going to get one of their bucket guys, so might as well trade back. That's how it really works, and that's why you have the buckets, right? Because you count the picks, you know, if you're comfortable with any one of the bucket and the bucket is big enough that you're going to get one of those with how far back you're going, you might as well pick up extra capital. So Mooj has now picked up the pick that he lost, only it's improved by 50 slots, and all we had to do is go down 6 picks in this round here, and we'll see what they have in mind with the pick. But it makes for more day 3 intrigue at least, and perhaps they might be able to move back into the third if they want to do so. But it is good to see Muji moving up and down the board as necessary. Like, I was starting to think that he's just like a trade up guy. And he only wants to trade up. We made a lot of dumb trade ups last year, but this year was a smart trade up. But now he's being smart and moving back. So I think we might have a real one with this Darren Muji fella. Aaron Glenn TBD, but I think Muji is moving pretty smart. Now we'll have to see what the rest of these picks are before we say that completely. But so far, again, all the moves he has made this whole offseason has been, and Glenn should get some credit for that too. But they've been really smart, you know. The bucket is how we got Mims? No. Matthias, EMW can still be there, yeah. All right, so we got all that going on. So the pick is in for the Ravens. This says they need defensive tackle the most and then wide receiver. So maybe they get Zion Young or one of these wideouts here, or Xavier Harris, Lee Hunter, maybe. Whatever they do, everybody will just say that's just such a Ravens pick. No matter what they do. They're yelling and screaming and doing something. Come on, just tell us to pick, please. Now we got to have a special shout out to girls football and flag football. Hooray, flag football. Yay. I'm still talking about girls flag football. After this pick is Tampa Bay, then Indianapolis. And I think that's Indianapolis's first pick of the whole draft, if I'm not mistaken. Because remember, they traded their first rounder to us, of course. Zion Young, there he goes. So that's what I figured. promising edge player with some juice, Zion Young. He's a Zionist, if I ever saw one. And so now the Buccaneers are on the clock, and then the Colts. You wonder what the heck the Colts are going to do. You wonder, you wonder. But plenty of good players on the board still. There's this pocket of bucket two wide receivers from our list. C.J. Allen still here as the linebacker. Pregnon is still here. You wonder maybe Tampa Bay might want to bulk up their offensive line. I'm not sure about that. And then there's plenty of safety cornerback types: Keontae Scott, A.J. Halsey, um, D'Angelo Pons. If we want to go D tackle, Lee Hunter would be interesting. This is a UCF guy. Played 1 year at Texas Tech. They stole him, those bastards. Bastards! But also EMW is still on the board so far. So Buccaneers on the clock. They picked Ruben Bain yesterday. Pick is in, pick is in. Then it's the Colts, then it's the Falcons. Pick is in for your Buccaneers. Here's Rondé Barber. Puts on the hat. Okay. So they picked a linebacker, Josiah Trotter. Good linebacker. All right. There he is, Josiah. Jeremiah Trotter's son. All right. So they're bulking up their defense for Todd Bowles over there. Trotter. So Trotter goes, and then it's the Colts, and then the Falcons. What are the Falcons up to? Well, they got the leftorium going on with the Falcons with Tua and Penix. So yeah, I don't know. The Falcons, if they go defense, man, they might take Gabe Jackus. Just thinking about Olbrich and what he might want for his D there. Hi, Karate. No quarterbacks. Not yet, Karate. How about them Jets? 49ers pick Dizon Stribling. Yeah, we know who Dizon Stribling is. He's a good player. I liked him. So he went higher than consensus, so but he's a nice player. Dizon Stribling. So Pittsburgh has traded in. So Pittsburgh's now picking 47th. Uh, so let's see what the Steelers traded up for. You never do know. Steelers, Falcons, Vikings, then us. Steelers Field says they need wide receiver and offensive line, then safety. So they could take EMW very easily. It'd be funny if they brought out Mike Tomlin. Steelers legend Mike Tomlin, who departed last year. Jeremy Bernard. So they pick a wide receiver. Wow. So Bernard goes off the board. They went all the way up for Jeremy. So now they have a nice receiving core. They have DK, Jeremy, and Michael Pittman. So that's a nice receiving core. So I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. A little Jeremy. They're a little Jeremy. They're a little Jeremy. Yeah, you wonder. D'Angelo Bonds is still available yet? So D'Angelo Bonds is available. Karate, what are you talking about? Hopefully everything's okay broadcast wise here. We got the Falcons, then the Vikings, then we're up. The Jets have traded their 44th pick back to number 50, and we picked up number 128 in the deal. So we got an extra early fourth round pick. And so we haven't picked yet for this round. But we got that coming up, and we're keeping an eye on the best available, which is what you see on your screen here. As the picks go on, this gets live updated. So we are always aware of who ESPN, anyway, says the best available is. Pick is in for the Falcons. I could see them wanting maybe this guy, Gabe Jackas. Maybe an extra linebacker. I don't know. Then you got the Vikings. The Vikings really need defensive tackle, I think. So Jackas or an edge. Jackas could play that way. But plenty of options for the Jets here. You know. And it'll be interesting to see who they do pick, considering they traded back. They must have felt comfortable, whatever buckets of guys that they had in mind would be available at pick 50. The Towels could have someone's eyes out. Yeah, they should need to be careful with their yellow handkerchiefs that they wave around. You know, just like we say Jets, 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 they wave yellow towels around. And that's what they do. That's part of their traditions, part of their stuff, along with Renegade, which is quite exciting when it happens in the stadium, I can tell you that. Matthias says C.J. Allen is a good linebacker. He's a linebacker, that's for sure. And he's right here, 10th best available right now, Georgia linebacker C.J. Allen. Yeah, they got Anthony Hill rated above him. I don't know. We'd have to look at let's look at the beast on that one. See what Dame Brugler says about these linebackers. He had Jacob Rodriguez second. He has C.J. Allen third, and he has him over Anthony Hill. So that wouldn't be a bad pick at all. C.J. Allen third on this list. He has a second round grade on him, so he's probably coming off the board soon anyways. So that's kind of interesting. He even has Golday ahead of Anthony Hill, but this has Anthony Hill above those two. So differences in opinion, differences in evaluators. You know, me personally, I hope the pick is a safety of some kind. I believe that's the biggest area of need that we need to address. There's lots of needs we have, but I do not want Andre Cisco playing safety for us no more, personally. I want him out of here. He's not good enough. If you want, if Andre Cisco is your safety 5, who's inactive most of the time except for injuries, that's fine. If he's your safety 2, that's a big difference. I don't want it. But we got 3 more picks until we pick, so unless we trade again, we're certainly going to get, one of these players here. Now, We might have D'Angelo Pons a little higher than most, or same thing with Lee Hunter. They got AJ Halsey over here. Here's Golday. Brignon is still on the board. So some people think we might go guard. I prefer a defensive pick here myself, and I prefer safety. But we'll have to see what Mooj has up his sleeve. Here comes the pick for the Falconians. Then it's the Vikingians. And then it's the Jetsonians. And here comes some guy for the Falcons. They should have had, well, Michael Turner. So they picked a cornerback, Avion Terrell. So that takes him off the board here. So Avion Terrell, good value pick, seems like. Now you got the Vikings. Now the Vikings might take him in EMW because they are going to have a situation with Harrison. What's his name? That he's retiring, perhaps. Their safety, very good safety. So they might want to replace Mr. Harry. They also need defensive tackles, I think. So, but if it is safety, we're going to get one of EMW, Halsey, or Halsey again, or maybe Kilgore. They have Kilgore here, or the kid from Pittsburgh, who's a hybrid safety linebacker. But we're just using this as one kind of like big board here. It doesn't mean it's right. But if we like safety enough, or if that's the pick, we're getting one of EMW or Halsey. That would be my pick. They're both here. That's what I would do. Of course, Avion Terrell, I believe, is the brother of AJ Terrell. Isn't that right? And they already have AJ Terrell. So now they got the Terrell brothers roaming around in the backfield. How's that going to be? There's too many Terrells around here. I got all the Terrells. Bonds could be the pick. Any more trade news? Pick is in. Oh, that's the Falcons. All right, let's move on from Avion Terrell. Let's move to the Vikings, please. You got Avion Terrell. Okay, Vikings are now on the clock. They already picked Caleb Banks, so maybe they feel like they don't need trade alert. Uh-oh, there's a trade. Minnesota Vikings trade the pick to Carolina. So what does Carolina coming up for? What do they need? The pick is in, obviously. What do the Carolina Panthers want with this pick? Somebody just jumped us. They might want EMW. But even so, then you just pick Halsey. I mean, what's the difference? Let's see what the Carolina Pantherians had in mind with this one. The thing they should show on here is their needs. They show that the least. They show all this information about the team, and it's like, just show me the needs that they have. Panthers trying to, of course, improve upon a year where they went. See, their number one need is safety. They're probably picking EMW, I bet you. But so what? Then we just pick Halsey. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. That's what I would do. Lee Hunter goes. All right, so that was interesting. Lee Hunter, former UCF guy that the Texas Tech Red Raiders stole from us, those bastards. Nickname is the Fridge. Yeah, they paid him $2.5 million to go play at Texas Tech, those fucks. He's a UCF kid, but now everywhere you see his name, it's Texas Tech. We developed him. But anyway, I'm not too mad about it. But now we can pick whatever we want. We probably weren't picking Lee Hunter, although it wouldn't have been a bad pick, of course. Maybe they thought we were picking him. I don't know. But the reality is we should either pick EMW um, or Halsey, AJ Halsey. That's what I would do. If we want to go crazy on wide receiver, we could pick one of these guys. Lee Hunter now gone. We might go D'Angelo Ponce. But I personally would just pick EMW or AJ Halsey. That's what I would do. So the Jets are on the clock. 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Clock is ticking away. So perhaps they're even thinking of trading back again because their pick has not been submitted as of now. The clock is ticking 3:16. I'm not looking at the chat in case anybody's going to spoil the pick. 3 minutes left, so they're not exactly rushing in the card. So you wonder if they're taking trade offers, perhaps. Perhaps. 248, 246, 244, so forth and so on. Well, the pick is still not in according to this countdown clock. Now the pick is in. So the pick is not traded. Apparently, the pick is in. So this is going to be a very exciting moment in New York Jet history as we try to decide which one of these players on the screen will go to us or some other player that's not on the screen. And of course, as the pick is in, they're in commercial. Starting to see Fernando Mendoza in all these commercials now. Well, it's going to be annoying. He's going to be one of those guys who's in all these commercials. So get ready to see Fernando in your face with all these commercials. All right, can we please get to the pick? Please. The pick is in for the Jetsies. Still waiting. Let's go, Mr. Television Producer. They're showing the Jets draft room. Here comes Curtis Martin. Come on, Curtis. Be a good luck, buddy. So it is D'Angelo Pons, man. Well, what that means is that now I like this pick, but what it means is that uh, Minka Fitzpatrick is going to be playing traditional safety. This is going to be our nickel, so that's a starting position. And you love this kid's um, competitive spirit. This guy's a great tackler, even though he's a little on the small. He's small, but at Indiana he covered the large receivers. He did, but he's competitive as hell. Knocks the ball out. Great ball skills. This is our nickel corner, and that means that Minka Fitzpatrick is not playing nickel like he mentioned in his press conference. He's going to play traditional safety. Now we still need another safety, but I guess they just love this kid, so I like it. Yeah, a lot of people, Matthias, were saying that in the press. So, yeah, you're right. So, the only thing that worries me now is, well, they must think that they can get safeties in the fourth round, I guess. I mean, I am worried about safety, but this puts that's a new starting position of nickel. He's going to be, and basically Jarvis Brown Lee, they'll technically battle in training camp, and but Pons will win, and then Brown Lee will be the backup. So I really like the pick. I would have preferred a safety, but I understand what we're doing. And let's hope that we're able to land one of these safeties. They probably think that they can get one of these other safeties in the fourth round. Now let's read up on Mr. Pons. Let's just be happy they didn't take a quarterback or something stupid. Cornerbacks. D'Angelo Pons, the sixth best cornerback in the league. 20 in the draft. They had a second round grade on him. We took in the second round, so it's not a reach. All right. 4.36 speed, very fast. Okay, he's got good wingspan, 72 and a quarter. The Vikings took Jake Golday, the linebacker. Um, and 21 years old for D'Angelo Ponso on the younger side. But basically, this is a good value pick for a nickel corner, which is a starting position in the league, of course. Cisse. So that takes care of the cornerback need. Summary: overall, Pons is undersized, which will be a deal breaker for some, but he compensates with top tier speed, instincts, and competitive toughness that is ingrained in his DNA. His play style makes it hard to bet against him becoming an inside outside NFL starter. So, yeah, I love D'Angelo Pons, so I can't argue with it too much. I would have went safety, but I can't argue with D'Angelo Pons being our nickel corner. Those are hard to find. That's a very difficult position and very important position. So Aaron Glenn basically gets his doppelganger. So good pick, good pick. Oh yeah, I gotta fix the ticker. Hang on. Rafferty's here. I like the pick. I feel like we need help in the secondary. I'm glad we're focusing on defense. Yeah. All right, let me fix this ticker. Oh yeah, we dropped out of here. So first we'll click this. And up here. So I like it. We traded back. We still got Pons, and then we got an extra draft pick. So far, so good for Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn and everybody. I think we're making smart picks. Let's see if we come back into the third round. Otherwise, the day's over for us. Uh, but I'd be happy with it. And then tomorrow we probably start the draft. I mean, we have a high fourth round pick, so then we start that off with a safety, and then we'll see what else is available. But at least they didn't make a stupid pick with Carson Beck or somebody stupid like that. All right, so the ticker's updated and the docket's updated, everything updated. Bonds will start, so 4 for 4 on starters. Yeah, well, the way to think of it rather than starters is more like impact players because the nickel position is a starting position in the NFL, but if the other team is in 12 personnel to start out the game on the first play of the game, he's not going to be in the game. So, but we got 4 impact players. I mean, that's the way to think about it. Let's read what the Jet beat writers are saying about this. Pons, Rich Cimini says, a little surprised with the pick considering Glenn likes bigger, longer corners for his scheme. That just tells you that Cimini's dumb. Connor Hughes says, shorter but feisty, supremely confident. Sound familiar? Rosenblatt says, often compared to Aaron Glenn, fun pick. So, yeah. Nobody really analyzing too much. The Jets now have 3 fourth-round picks, 103, 128, 140. Maybe can package them to move into third round, somebody says. Yes. So we'll stay on the air, of course, and see. But I like the idea that they probably just wanted Pons all along, so Muji was able to get value by trading back. Packers are selecting Cisse. On NFL Network, they just said Aaron Glenn just drafted himself. Kind of funny. Jeremy Fowler says D'Angelo Pons is the player that many execs and scouts loved, but believed he was too small to take early. Productive draft for Jets continues, says Fowler. That's good. I mean, if you watch D'Angelo Pons play, he don't play small. He don't play small. Here's Fernando Mendoza's quote on D'Angelo Pons. They were teammates, of course. Quote, the best corner I've played or played against. He is the top of the totem pole, and he gave me a lot of trouble. He picked me off a couple of times. Game changer. Game changer. You like it. Now, that's his former teammate. Of course, he's going to talk him up, but still. Reunites with college teammate Omar Cooper, so they can battle, continue to battle. So, some good feedback so far from Pons, but I watched him a number of times, and I love watching that kid play. The competitive spirit is off the chart. This is not a moper. This is a guy who loves football. He's got a chip on his shoulder about the size of a fucking skyscraper, and you'll love it. He's going to fucking tear your face off. So I love it. I've watched him several times. He does not play small at all. For the Colts, Pat McAfee is making the pick. I guess he's a punting legend with a T-shirt on. You know, you could wear a suit, you could wear a tie, you could wear a T-shirt. You know, if you're a punter, you just go the T-shirt route. Why not? But so I love the pick. D'Angelo Pons, he's exactly the kind of player we need. Somebody with a chip on his shoulder the size of the Empire State Building. He wants to tear your fucking face off. Tell him he's small. Tell him he's small. Tell him to his face he's small. Go ahead. See what happens. Go ahead. Not to mention, you need somebody to stay with these little shifty wide receivers that people have. You know. So, great pick. Great pick. I love it. Excellent culture fit. Excellent skills fit. Excellent. A lot of good picks. This is like a good range of the draft. A lot of these teams picked up really good players here in the second round. So, pick is in for the Colts. Let's see if Pothead Pat McAfee will get to it eventually. C.J. Allen, the linebacker, goes to the Coltinians. All right. So we're getting toward the end of the second round, and then the third round will start, and we'll see if Mooj, etc., wants to get back in to the third round or not. Right now we're scheduled to have 3 picks in the fourth round, so we'll see if we package them up, try to move back into the third if there's a player that we're targeting. But so far for the Jets, I got to say we're doing really well. 4 impact players out of 4. There's no crazy-ass picks. I mean, the only thing would have been crazy is if we picked a tight end but then didn't get a wide receiver, but we got the wide receiver we wanted anyway, so, yeah, and we got a freaky-ass tight end who plays like a wide receiver half the time. The other half the time he's jumping over people, literally. Yeah. So the Eagles got Eli Stowers, Tower of Power, Eli Stowers. Athletic tight end. D'Angelo Pons on being doubted because of his size. Quote, I have been doubted my whole life. I love this kid. Everything I got, I earned it. D'Angelo Pons on comparisons to Aaron Glenn. That's definitely a compliment to me. I'm an aggressive, scrappy corner. Go ahead, tell him he's small. Go ahead, try it. Tell him he's small again. Zach, see how long your face exists. Love this kid. 43. Yeah, he can jump out the gym too. Right. Good point, GM June. Right. Let's look at it. Hang on a second. 1 second. Let's open up our draft signal here. Cornerbacks. Bonds. Yeah, you're right. But don't forget, JoJo, this moves Minka back into the safety position. He doesn't have to be our nickel anymore. So now we just need one more safety. Here's what he looks like. In case you don't know, D'Angelo. Top strength, ultra combative and agile with versatile coverage skills, superb zone awareness. Size will be a factor. Player comps, Amik Robinson, Mike Hilton, Mike Sanders still. Vertical 43.5. You think jumping's important for a cornerback? This dude jumps out the fucking gym. Love it. Player evaluation, highly physical, scrappy cornerback who plays bigger than his size. Yep. Showed off in college football playoffs. Hit on Ty Simpson trying to scramble, causing forced fumble. 43-plus vert jump at combine showing he has plenty of explosiveness to play NFL cornerback. His athleticism and nasty streak will make him at least a day 2 pick. Yep. Trade alert. There's a trade. Los Angeles Chargers trade pick to the New England Patriots. So let's see what the Patriots trading up to get. They already got one really good offensive lineman, and that's probably going to move everybody into their correct positions. By the way, New England probably now has a really good offensive line because the one deficiency they had, they're probably going to fix by moving to guard, which is Will Campbell. But going back to the player evaluation for Pons had 10 PBUs, only 5 off the top mark to go with 2 interceptions, 60 tackles. However, teams can't ignore his small frame. They have to put that in there. While the reality is players his size struggle to make the transition, fortunately for Pons, he has the attitude necessary to do so. Coach DC says, D'Angelo Pons is a superb yet undersized cornerback prospect with impeccable instincts in zone coverage, showing the ability to match routes developing to his side while reacting to the quarterback's intentions. He plays with a combative edge that belies his weight and frame, competing for every blade of grass throughout the route. Pons also tackles well out in space or constricted into the boundary, where he spent most of his time at Indiana. He has the agility, awareness, and overall quickness to play slot corner as well. This might be my favorite player in the draft. The man said, this might be my favorite player in the whole fucking draft. I recognize the possible limitations on the field with his height, weight, reach, or lack thereof, but I believe in the skills and energy that he has put on film. I think D'Angelo Pons could end up being a spark of a player on a very good NFL team, let's hope that's what we are, and project him going off the board before the end of the second round. Yep, sure did. Favorite player in the whole fucking draft. All right. Now, down here, we got film study, but of course we can't do that because then we'll get in trouble. Now, if you remember, when we were all thinking we were going to get Dante Moore, remember, Indiana played against Oregon, remember that? And everybody was getting introduced to Dante Moore, who didn't follow college football very much, but then they heard we might get this quarterback kid out of Oregon, so they watched this game in the playoff. And remember, Dante Moore threw the first pass of the game, and it was picked off and run back, I think, for a touchdown. That was D'Angelo Pons. Remember that one? So we didn't get Dante Moore because he went back to school, but we picked up the kid who picked him off in the college football playoffs. Pick 6, went all the way to the Haas. How about that? I love it. This kid has such a chip on his shoulder, you would not believe it. It's like the size of the Empire State Building. That's exactly what we needed. Let motherfuckers try to goddamn lollygag around here with this kid around. Fuck that. You try to mope around here in this facility with D'Angelo Pons around, get the fuck out of here. Nope. He's not having that shit. No way. No fucking way. What are you moping about? This kid's 5'8.5". He's still getting it done. Fuck you. Get out of here with that bullshit. No way. Love it. I love this kid every way, shape, and form. But more for the culture. You got to get the culture right. We got to get the mope swept out of the building. This kid will help with that. He's not going to let anybody mope around. What are you, crazy? Fuck you. What a privilege it is to play here with the Jets. All right? Love it. Perfect. Joe the Jet G, thank you for the super chat. Any chance we're not done? Oh, yeah, there's always a chance, Joe. There's always a chance. So we might try to get back into the third round. We're sitting at pick 55 here. The second round is ending here soon. And we might try to jump back into the third round. It all just depends. We certainly can try to jump back in. It's already been suggested by a couple of people in beat reporters. So that's one of the reasons we're staying on the air, Joe, because we don't know. We might jump right back in. Patriots pick is in. Goodell is at the podium doing a salute to service or something. Patriots selection. Gabe Jackus, Edge, Illinois. All right, good pick, good pick. Patriots gave up 2 picks. All right, but they really wanted Gabe Jackus, I guess. Good pick, good pick. Yep, Pons he's going to be a leader. He's going to have a C on his chest, I bet you. I bet you. Thomas Craig said, that guy ain't small. I watched him national championship. He was awesome. I still say 7 wins. Well, 7 wins would be more than double what we had last year. I think we could do better than that. But you're right. This guy plays much bigger than his size. Go ahead, call him small. See what happens. You know, fucking eat your face off. I love this kid. Yeah, he plays much bigger than his size. He's just, I mean, and think about it. If you don't have the size, you have to have it up here in the mentals, right? He's got to make up for it, and he does. And he's got great speed and all that. And so, yeah, great pick, I think. And a great job trading down to get out of there, knowing you could get him later. Might as well pick up an extra pick along the way. By the way, MW is still on the board, so he's falling for some reason. A.J. Halsey's still there. Lots of wide receivers are still there. Jake Slaughter's still there. Lots of good players still available. Jersey for Hawks. Mooj filling positions of need. Hope he jumps back in. We'll see. Tampa's here. Diana going to announce that. She deleted her Twitter, by the way. She deleted her social media. So I guess that's an admission of guilt, probably, because people kept finding more and more clips of her, which were very, very damning. So she deleted her whole account. Oh. Sounds like someone who's totally innocent. Jaguars pick is in. Nate Borcher, tight end, Texas A&M. Borkacher. Okay, sounds good. Now the Bears are up next, and then the 49ers. So we'll have to see how that all works out. I mean, I'm just glad that we're operating on a smart basis these days now, because it used to be that wasn't always the case. You know, here's the best available list. As you can see, MW is still up there, as is Jermod McCoy. So McCoy, at some point, he becomes a value. The super talented guy. They say McCoy is like Derek Stingley, but if his knee is all torn up or just isn't going to ever be good, then I guess you can't draft him. But at some point, I mean, it's very rare that having career-ending injury. It does happen. Look at Jordan Travis, but maybe that's what it is. But if not, then at some point he becomes a value. I mean, risky, but at some point you're willing to take the risk. Now, EMW still up here. Anthony Hill, Zachariah, a lot of wide receivers still here. Guards are still on the board. Perignon. Safeties are still on the board. Halsey, Keontae Scott is probably not going to fit our bill going forward. He's sort of like a D'Angelo Pons-ish type, although it's taller. Tony, so some of these wide receivers are still here. We're not taking a tight end, probably. So lots of value picks still here. Kieran Crawford's going to be a nice pick for somebody. Dominique Orange, the big citrus, is still here. But, we got all these. We still got a few picks in round 2. The pick is in for the Bears. And then we got the whole third round to go through. And there's comp picks at the end of the third round. So that's a lot of picks to go off the board before we start getting involved again if we don't make any moves. So Amjet says, well, how many fours do we got now, Frankie? Well, we got 3 fours. Tres cuatros. And so a lot of these guys are going to be gone by then, but once we know what how the third round ends, we'll have some good ideas about who we could potentially pick starting tomorrow afternoon with these 3 fourth round picks. That's when it really starts to get interesting if you want to take your quarterback, because no quarterbacks have come off in the second round so far either. Hopefully some of these teams now in the second or third round, hopefully somebody takes Carson Beck and Garrett Nussmeier, so that way we don't have to worry about them being picked by the Jets, but that's just my personal opinion. But a lot of these guys are going to be gone by then because there's a lot of picks to be made left tonight, and they should start going a little faster, hopefully. Deion Burks is a really interesting player. Zakee Wheatley is another safety we might be able to pick. Bud Clark. There's a lot of these safeties, so that might be some of the strategy here. Maybe he thinks Wheatley and Clark and Kyle Lewis is an interesting player. He's a linebacker safety hybrid player. That's another interesting name. Denis Dennis Sutton is still on the board. You still have Genesis Smith, Kamari Ramsey. There's a lot of these safeties around. So maybe that's what they're kind of figuring on. And maybe they think they can get it all done in the fourth round. Kind of run out. VJ Payne's another one. They're bringing on the college football guy, Pete Thamel, for some reason. I don't know what he's talking about. But you even have a Jaden Kennedy, but he's sort of like a Pons type-ish. So, I don't know. I think we are playing the value game pretty well, must say. I must say. But again, unless we make a move, a lot of these players are coming off the board that we're seeing over here. Got a lot of picks. We got like 40, 50 picks something before we select again. So Bears pick is in. Iowa Jets, yeah. We got 3 picks. And so we're doing pretty good so far. I'm pretty happy with it. We got 4 impact players out of our first 4 picks. Nickel cornerback, slot corner, is a very important position. And now we got 2 guys in that spot, who are a little different. Pons is almost certainly going to be the starter, but then you still have Jarvis Brownlee, and I like him better as a backup, to be honest, than a starter. So Bears pick is in. Logan Jones. So the first center comes off. Interesting. That kind of sucks for us because there might come a center run now. Logan Jones, the first center off the board. But man, people are not liking these safeties, EMW and so forth. I mean, you still have EMW up here, Anthony Hill, Zachariah. There's a bunch of wide receivers, including Razzle Dazzle, Chris Brazzle. Imagine if we picked up Chris Brazzle in the 4th round. Whoa. But he'll probably be gone in the 3rd round. more than likely, we're going to have to pick from, let's go out here, like this area over here. So maybe Trey Zune is available. Maybe we pick up a Kamari Ramsey or a Genesis Smith and maybe a Bryce Lance and maybe, Daryl Jackson. Interesting players still available here in the fourth round. Maybe we go ahead and get Drew Aller, something like that. Browns are on the clock. The pick is in. Then the Texans. Then the Bears again at pick 60. Man, this is moving slow. Hopefully the third round picks will be coming in faster. There goes EMW, Browns. So the Browns are having a heck of a draft, but of course he was going to be gone. It wasn't going to last to the fourth round. So I think that the Browns are doing very well. That's what I think. Matthias, so happy with Pons. EMW finally, yeah. Boy, the Browns really, really, really are having a nice draft. If they ever get a quarterback, they're going to be dangerous. So I got to give it up to Andrew Berry. Now, Andrew Berry took a couple of drafts to get his feet under him, but these last 2 years, he has killed it with these drafts. So I got to give Andrew Berry a lot of credit. Hey, AB. Hey, AB. Nice job, Mr. Berry, with them picks. You got a lot of them that you did a good on, hey? Looking pretty good, hey? So I think that the Browns, once they sort out their quarterback position, which is kind of important, but they're going to be looking good. So they're building that roster up. Andrew Berry doing a good job. Hey, good job, Mr. AB. Good job, good job. But it's funny because it took him a few swings, in these drafts. He had some terrible drafts. Then last year he had an excellent one, and now this year he's having another excellent one. So good job by the Browns. Here come the Texans. Then we got the Bears, and then the Rams. And this will be the only Rams pick where they could get a guy who maybe could play for them. They took Ty Simpson. He's going to be a backup for 2 years. Where they took him with the 13th overall. Now this is the only other pick they have. I don't think they've had any other picks since Ty Simpson. So maybe they could get someone who actually will see the field. That'd be good. How come none of these caps fit on these guys' heads? Yeah. I don't know, Matthias. It's a good question. It's a good question. Texans, all right. Let's see where they go. Here. Marlon Klein, tight end. All right. They picked up a tight end. They picked up a Marlon from the Michigans. All right. Gotta have tight ends. Bears on the clock, then the Rams, then the Broncos. Trade alert. Well, Bears have traded the pick to the Titans. So let's see what the Tennessee Titans are on the clock for. As we all know, that since Saleh is coaching them, it's probably defensive line. But you never know. According to ESPN, the best player on the board is Jermod McCoy, but he has an injury concern that may have him off the board for a lot of teams. Then after that, Anthony Hill, Zachariah Branch, and Chris Brazel. Now, Tennessee is the Titans are in Tennessee, so you would think maybe they did this to get Chris Brazzell, get the Tennessee receiver for Cam Ward. They already have a bunch of receivers. They took Carnell Tate already, but maybe being in Tennessee, they're going to keep Chris Brazzell in Tennessee and have another receiver for Cam Ward. That's possible. That's definitely possible. They should start using visors. Yeah. Get a visor, official visor sponsor of the NFL. Murph is here. He's a member of the Inner Circle. You could be a member of the Inner Circle by clicking the join button down below. It costs $2 a month. Murph says, very happy with the new additions. All right. Yeah. It's going good. This draft so far is going good. Now, how Mooj handles this fourth round when we got 3 picks, that'll pretty much decide on if this is a great draft or if he starts screwing it up or what. But as it is, getting 4 impact players with your first 4 picks, that has to be applauded. Good job, Mooj. But we got a long way to go and a short time to get there because we're not even out of the second round yet. A lot of time coming off the clock here. At this point in time, I'd like to remind you to check out Chemtrails. It's the Frankie Substack, Frankie from Flatbush.substack.com. We write articles here. You can see this one's about old Muji. This is not the sidekick we used to know. This is a completely free, basically blog that comes into your email. And you get, there's also podcasts, there's also notes, there's also chat. By the way, here's a little post that I put up here. Coming out of college, they said Von Miller was an incredible pass rusher, but too light in the legs and couldn't stop the run, and teams would run right at him all game. This is a David Bailey tweet. Now, why would this be a David Bailey tweet? Because here's Von Miller's pass rush grades from 2011 to 2021, 10 years. Any good? They said he couldn't play the run. 3 of the 10 years, 4 of the 10 years, he had over a 90 grade in run defense. They said the exact same things about David Bailey as they're saying about Von Miller. Are these grades any good or do they stink? So different interesting things I put up here at Chemtrails. For example, I was one of the first people to break the information that indeed Irvin the Wolf Charles is still a member of your New York Jets. The beat reporters wouldn't even report on it. Where's the beat? Where are they? Not reporting on the information you want to know, but old Frankie is. Where? Chemtrails. Frankie from Flatbush.substack.com. Totally free. Check it out. All right, enough of that. Tennessee Titans are on the clock. Let's see what they do. Do they go get Tennessee wide receiver Chris Brazzell, razzle dazzle in Tennessee? Perhaps. The selection is. Nope, they went and get a linebacker, Anthony Hill Jr. Well, they needed a linebacker, so they got the best one on the board. Anthony Hill Jr., top man on the board. They take him. Good pick, good pick. Next up, the Rams, then the Broncos. Lojo says, that's why I don't like these mock draft rankings. They all had Logan Jones graded as a 4th rounders. Well, I think eventually, well, I don't know. Yeah, there's different. different opinions about where guys are going to go and how you grade them. I mean, PFF has done a nice job in that now they let you select from different kinds of lists, but nobody's going to ever have a list that's exactly the same. People are going to have different opinions on different players. That's why every team has their own big board. So the pick is in for the Rams. Remember, they picked Ty Simpson in the first round. Now this is their next pick, all the way at 61. Best player on the board, according to ESPN, is Zachariah Branch. See if they go that way. Tavon Austin is announcing the pick. And the Los Angeles Rams select Max Clare, tight end. So they took a tight end. All right, the tight ends are having a little bit of a. The Rams took another tight end? What are the Rams doing? What? Don't they have 17 tight ends already? Can someone tell me what the Rams are doing, please? Anybody have any clue? Don't the Rams have like 17 tight ends already? They needed another one. Are the Rams just like trying to mess with people now? Are they just playing around? What are they doing? Well, I don't know. Someone explain the Rams to me, please. Irv Charles, yeah, and hopefully the Wolf is one of yeah. And who is the one who reported that he's still on the Jets? Oh, Frankie. Denver trades the pick to Buffalo, so Buffalo's now coming up. So Denver's moving back. You wonder what Buffalo is coming up here for. Boy, you wonder if they get Brazzle. That'd be something. They need wide receivers. They could use a safety, I think. Maybe they're coming up for A.J. Halsey. I don't know. Yeah, Matthias has this idea for a visor he'd like to sell you. So Buffalo's on. The Rams are drunk. I think they're drunk. I don't understand. They pick a backup quarterback with the first pick in the first round, 13 overall. He's going to back up for 2 years. And then they pick a tight end when they have a bunch of tight ends with their second pick. I don't know. Good luck. Tight end breeding farm. Here's the best players available according to ESPN. Lots of good players are going to start going off the board that we like because we just don't have picks. We're coming up on the end of the second round. The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. They just traded up to get this pick here. So far, they picked T.J. Parker, the edge out of Clemson. And that's it. But they have a bunch of picks that they traded back repeatedly for, but now they traded up, so they lost some of those picks. So we'll have to see. They could go wide receiver. I don't think they're going to go O-line. They could go safety. I got to say, the Browns are doing really good, but the Rams, I don't really understand. Um, Field Yates says they need edge, linebacker, wide receiver. So edge, linebacker. I don't know. Maybe they're coming up for Kieran Crawford. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, there's a headline right here. Jonathan Grenard traded to the Eagles. Whoa. What? Jonathan Grenard, the Philadelphia Eagles acquired Jonathan Grenard in a trade Friday with the Minnesota Vikings and agreed to a lucrative new deal with the star linebacker. The Eagles sent 2 third-round draft picks, number 98 in this year's draft and a third-rounder next year, to the Vikings for Grenard. What? 2 third-rounders? That's all they got? Philadelphia also received a 2026 seventh-rounder in the trade. I don't like that. I don't like that trade for the Vikings. The hell is that all about? Well, Howie Roseman continues to be very aggressive. Les Snead has lost his mind. I think that the Vikings may have lost their mind. They just lost Jonathan Grenard, very productive player. He didn't have a lot of sacks last year, but he had a lot of pressures. And I guess they didn't want to pay him. Bills pick is in. The Bills pick is in. They said they needed edge and linebacker, so let's see what they pick here. The Buffalo Billionians select Davison Igbinosun. That's not a great pick. Uh, I don't know, man. Brandon Bean, I'm not sure what you're doing. This is a big corner out of Ohio State, big thin corner. He's okay, but I don't know. They should show a highlight where he was holding and then he has a defensive pass interference. That's his highlight. The highlight is he's holding and then does a DPI. What? Hey, well, who knows? Maybe he'll be good. Chargers are on the clock, and then the Seahawks to close out the round. And then we'll finally be into round 3, where we don't have any picks whatsoever. At least for now. We're looking at the best available list. Big is in for the Chargers. Chargers need O line, D line, defensive back. So if they need O line, they're probably taking Pregnon. Yeah, I think the Chargers are taking Emmanuel Pregnon. They need a guard, I think. So they'll probably be happy to get Pregnon. In fact, I'd be willing to say I guarantee this pick is Pregnon. Well, I shouldn't guarantee it, but it seems very logical that this would be Pregnon. They need a guard. He's right here in the value chart. I mean, just go ahead and take him. Don't screw it up. Seems like to me. The pick is in. The Los Angeles Chargers select somebody. Oh, gotta take off the. Oh, now we gotta dance around and do a bunch of stuff, or just tell us what the pick is, guy. You're not funny. Nope, Jake Slaughter. So they went and got a center when Pregnon is sitting right here. Jake Slaughter's all the way down here. All right, but there is a little bit of a run on centers now. So Slaughter's off the board, and the first one was off the board. So they did go O-line, but they went center. Okay, a little bit of a surprise. But O-line it was indeed. All right. Now the Seahawks to close out the second round. Can we be a surprise team and win 10 games? Yeah. Why not? Why can't we be? After this is all over, we'll do a comparison of all the rosters in the AFC East and we'll see how we compare. And what we'll do to judge the rookies, right? Tell me how you guys would judge the rookies. If we compare all of the rosters, you need a way to compare the rookies, right? Because they haven't played it down in the NFL. So how are we going to know how they're going to play? Well, one of the things we could do, because we try to break things up into blue chippers, red chippers, or orange chippers, which means better than average or better, right? So one thing we could do is use the PFF grades to do so. Well, if we use the PFF grade to do so, then David Bailey's going to be a blue chipper. Here's his grade, 92.4. Is that pretty good? The best you could do is 100, so he got 92.4. Is that good? 92.4 out of 100? That any good? Is that good? Oh. And his run defense 76.4. That pretty good? Oh. Okay. So, if we do it that way, because you could say, well, you shouldn't do it that way because the PFF grade from college, that's not going to translate. But, I mean, how else are we going to judge these draft picks? Then our second pick was Kenyon Sadiq. Let's see what he got. Yeah, pretty good, 73.8. So he would be a red chipper. So far we got a red chipper and a blue chipper. And this, it would be raising. Now, one thing you could do, maybe you take their grade from college and you dock them some. But Omar Cooper gets an 87.8 grade. Is he any good? Eh? 87.8, that good? So here's another blue chipper if we just use the grades. And we would be consistent with it across the team. So whatever guys the Dolphins and the Bills and the Patriots got, it would be consistent. But so far, I've looked at 3 of our guys. 2 of them are blue chippers. 1 of them's a red chipper. That good? Omar Cooper got an 87.8 grade. That ain't good? So I have 100. That ain't good? They do good or no? So so far so good. Let's look at D'Angelo Bonds. And so the talent, I mean, because what we're trying to do is say how much talent do these teams have now? And of course, it's going to depend on coaching and scheme and how they play and all of this. D'Angelo Bonds, he any good? I don't know. 88.8. He any good? 88.8 out of 100. Is that good or bad? So here's another blue chipper. So basically, if I go with this system, we got 3 more blue chippers and 1 red chipper onto our roster. Now, we'd have to look and see what the Patriots did and the Bills and the Dolphins. But we had 4 picks, and we got three blue chip players, and there goes Bud Clark. Well, so he's not going to be available in round 4. Somebody really liked Bud Clark, Seahawks. Bye bye, Bud, buddy, Bud. But 88.8. That a good grade, or is that bad? You tell me. I forget because it's 88.8 out of 100. So I mean, it's not. You know, you didn't even get into the 90s. Maybe it's bad. So far, I mean, if we go with this system, because you need some way to compare these players, and the other thing you could say is, well, you shouldn't use BFF grades for anything, Frankie. They don't know what they're doing. All right, but how are you going to compare them? You need some sort of way to compare them. So let me know what you think about that as a system. Braden's here. Braden's from New England, not New England, but New Zealand. He's in the inner circle. You could be in the inner circle if only you would click the join button. And for $2 a month, you get all the extras, and you could hang out with Braden from frickin' New Zealand. Cardinals pick is in. We're up to 65 now. But he says, we didn't take Reese and Lemon. Are we happier today? Yeah, things worked out. I just went over it. Braden, we got 3 blue chippers, 1 red chipper. That's pretty good. Added some talent to our roster. Iowa Jet says, Reese and Lemon aren't it, man. Screw them. Yeah, they're not on our team, so screw them. You know? Cardinals pick is in. Pick 65. And let's see what they pick. They could be somebody who picks a quarterback here. You know, get a youngster of some kind on the roster there. They were a popular pick for Ty Simpson. He wound up going to the Rams house. We got some sort of salute to service thing going on here. I mean, let's look up Caden Proctor. So the first round pick of the Dolphins as an example. Let's look it up on PFF and see what grade he got. Just for a comparison, so we'll know. Maybe if this is a good system or a bad system. What the hell? How do you spell his name? Proctor? Caden Proctor. Bama. Huh? He got an 85.4 grade. So I'm not sure how that's possible. So you know, the Dolphins picked up a blue chipper here, according to my system, and then Chris Johnson was their cornerback. There's a lot of Chris Johnsons. San Diego State, I think. He got a 91.6, so they got 2 blue chippers then. So maybe this is good then. You know, that way it's not weighted toward the Jets. You know, Caden Proctor and this Chris Johnson cornerback, they would both be blue chippers for the Dolphins. So that'd be fair, I think. You know, we don't want it weighted too much to the Jets. Big is in for the Cardinals. Let's see what they choose here. Merch says, I like to walk into Vegas with 3 blue chippers and a red chipper. Yeah, these things are just taking way too long. I mean, the thing is that they try to pack too much stuff into these shows. It's really just about picking these players. And that's all you need. You don't need all this other stuff in there. Should really make it go faster. But they try to stick all this stuff in there. So let's go back to our top remaining on the board. There's James Conner again for the Cardinals. They pick Carson Beck. Yeah, this is great news. Fantastic. Awesome. That means we can't take him. Perfect. Now somebody just needs to take Nussmeier and things will be looking great. Fantabulous. Woo, this is great news. Yeah. Thank goodness. Somebody completely overdrafted Carson Beck, and it wasn't us. Perfect. Good job, LaFleur. Nice job, Mikey. Hey, Mikey. Mikey. Hey, Mikey LaFleur. Good job. Totally overdrafted. But he is a tall white guy. So for those people out there who are into their tall white guys, you're going to be sad. But for those people who actually know what they're looking at with quarterbacks, you're going to be not going to be too impressed with Mr. Beck. So, yeah, he stinks. But he's gone. So we don't have to worry about him being on the board. So that's perfect. Yep. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, if we could just get Garrett Nussmeier off the board, that would be even better. Carson Beck goes in the third round. Amazing. Broncos pick is in now. This is going to take a long time. Don't take any of these quarterbacks. This is going to take a long time as we look at the best remaining. They both got himself a new Zach. Yeah, you wonder what they're going to do with him. I mean, sit him on the bench. And the difference, of course, is this is a third round pick. You could bench him, you could do whatever, as opposed to taking a guy second in the. Oh, Tyler Onyedim went to the Broncos. That's a good pick. But as opposed to taking a guy second overall, where now the whole face of your franchise is on his shoulders, and all that. So this way they could do whatever they want. If he somehow starts playing good, you can play him, but you can also bench him, and it's no big deal. Stash him. But I'm just glad he's off the board, so the Jets aren't tempted to take him. He doesn't really fit what we need. Maybe they can do something with him, but he just doesn't fit what we need right now. So I'm just happy he's off the board. I'll also be happy if Garrett Nussmeier comes off the board as well. So that way we're not tempted with that kind of crap either. Now the Raiders are on the board. The pick is in. Hopefully these picks start rolling in a little quicker. Hopefully. Deron Crawford. So that's a good pick right there for the Raiders. I think the Raiders have done really well this offseason, both in the draft and now in free agency and now the draft. So I think they have done really well for themselves. We'll see what they do at quarterback. That'll be an interesting narrative. But they've made some smart picks. Stukes and Crawford are good value picks. So they've played it pretty smart. And they're trying to bulk up the defense. They're not really helping out the offense all that much so far. But maybe they just think, well, Kirk Cousins is playing anyway. He can use his veteran presence to figure things out. And we'll in the meantime, we will work on the defense, which was very bad, and that's the way we're going to do it. So it makes a lot of sense, I think. Chris Bradigan is here. Bradigan, yeah, we talked about this earlier. I love the D'Angelo Ponce pick. Bradigan's a part of the inner circle. You should join the inner circle for $2 a month. Bradigan, I love it. This is a kid who's got a chip on his shoulder the size of the Empire State Building. He's going to rip your fucking face off, and he's going to help us change the culture around here. Love D'Angelo Ponce. Impact player. Very nicely done by Mooj and crew. Excellent. For us, this is the type of player we needed around here. So we're looking at the board, Murph. We need a safety more than a linebacker, but as you can see, there's not too many linebackers left. Next one on the list is Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh, who's a linebacker safety hybrid. That may be an interesting pick for us. And then other than that, Deontay Lawson, Harold Perkins. I would say we probably go through and don't get any linebackers. We're okay at linebacker. Remember, there's only 2 or 1 on the field at any given time with our defense. So we have Demario Davis and Jamin Sherwood. And then the backups are okay with Kiko Maui-Noa. Can Kiko Maui-Noa become something? We traded up for him. Can he become something, please? And then we have people like Marcelino, McCrary Ball, and stuff like that who are fine for backups. But looking at this, it seems like we might forego the linebacker position because we need a safety unless we get this Kyle Lewis kid who's a hybrid. We need a safety. We need another wide receiver. We need defensive tackle. So Grayson Halton maybe if he sticks, if he's around there. We just have other needs, I think, that are going to get prioritized, but I don't know. There's not too many of them, number one. And number two, we have all these other needs to go get. You can see there's not too many of these people. At some point, one of those 4th-round picks, we may want to take a shot with Drew Aller if he's still around. So, no, the best available is McCoy with the injury. And then you see here, Branch, Brazel, Bregnon, Scott, Dunker, Halsey, Williams, Fields, Harris, Muhammad, Mike Washington, Ted Hurst, Gilgore, Skylar Bell, Surratt, Abney, Bell, Chris Bell, Dominique Orange. So there's no linebackers really in the top 25 left, according to ESPN. But there's a lot of picks left, and so these guys are going to start coming off the board here soon. Across the street at the Talking Jetstream. Well, do they like the pick? We got to know if the Talking Jets people like the pick, because that'll influence our opinion. Just kidding. But yeah, I absolutely love the pick. It's perfect for us. It may not have been a good pick for other people. They may say the signs. But for us, we need this kind of kid on our team. That's what we need. That's what we need. That's what the Jets need. I'm a Jets scout. I'm not a scout for these other fucking teams. Fuck them. Once you're a Jet all the way, from your first cigarette to your last dying day. How about that? Markel Bell goes to the Eagles. All right. Big giant tackle. All right. Well, you got to tell me, Bradigan, what is the opinion of the Talking Jets people on ponds? We got to know, man. We got to know what the peer people are saying. As we're into round 3 here um, in the NFL draft, getting started in round 3. Round 3 is going to be longer than the other 2 rounds because there's comp picks at the end of it. So this is a longer round than the first 2. I personally think they should modify the comp pick formula and give people maybe 5th, 6th, and 7th round comp picks instead of all the way up in the 3rd round. That's very valuable. Bears are picking now. The pick is in. The pick is in. Radigan says no, they did not like the pick. Well, that just goes to show you they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Bunch of dummies. That's why you should hang out with Frankie. Let's be honest. Who the hell knows what they're talking about except me? Very few people. Let's be honest. Me and the Badlands Bros, probably. Oh, he's too short. Oh. There's a lot of people who are tallists. Yeah. If a guy's tall, they love him. This guy's tall. Oh. They probably wanted Carson Beck. Dummies. They probably never watched D'Angelo Pons play in their lives, though. But they look at his measurables and they're like, this kid's short. Oh, never seen him play a day in my life. I hate it. Pretty bad. Pretty bad analysis, Bradigan. You know, you gotta choose your sources of information very carefully. Sam Roush, tight end, goes to the Bears. All right. A lot of the tight ends are starting to come off now. They got a lot of tight ends over there. They got Colston Loveland. They got Cole Kmet. And now they have Sam Roush. A lot of teams bulking up at tight end, it seems like. In a riff? 27 minutes, Muji and Glenn press conference. So, 27 minutes. Do we trade back in late round 3 for a quarterback? Probably not, Joe. Tebati, if you ever watched and judge off measurables, seems like an iffy pick. I don't know what this means. Oh, if you never watched. Yeah, right. That's true. Tebati, right. This is what I'm saying. If you never watched a guy play, you shouldn't have an opinion. The film is where the film is where the money is. It's not looking at statistics and looking at measurables. We look at those things to have an idea of what the kid can do and what they're all about. But you got to watch them play. If you don't watch them play ever, you shouldn't have a strong opinion either way. Pick is in for the 49ers. That's the way I see it. Teba. Mellow Height goes to the 49ers. So interestingly, if you look at this board, this NFL draft board by ESPN probably isn't too accurate. There's a lot of people going off the board where they're way down here and stuff. So this board is probably just off, like every board. It's so weird. Everybody has their boards, and they're all so different. Zachariah Branch is still sitting here. Chris Brazel's still sitting here. Halsey's still here. We're in the 3rd round. We're up to pick 71. And a lot of these Texas Tech dudes, they had a hell of a squad this year. They paid for it, but still, that's the way of the world. So, Joe, the way I would see things, what we're doing is smart things with this front office. So the answer to your question really is it depends on the value, where they have guys graded, and how they see the board falling. They're not going to just trade up to get any old quarterback. But if they love, say, Drew Aller or whoever it is, and they think somebody else is going to take him before he comes to them, and it's close, and it makes sense, then they'll do it. What have we seen from uh, these people are literally eating on screen? They're eating food on television. This is what we're paying these people to do, by the way. So if it makes sense, what we've seen is Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn be very smart with all their acquisitions this year in the free agency and now in the um, in the draft. And if you think D'Angelo Pons is a bad pick, then you just don't understand probably football very well, and you probably never saw D'Angelo Pons play, and you don't know who he is, and you just see that he's small. And that's all you know about him. And that's a shame because football is a really great game that people should really watch more of, I think, because I think football is a really great game to watch, even college. You know, a lot of these people who are Jet content creators, they don't watch college football. And that's a shame because college football is awesome. So, I mean, like even watching the highlights, highlights give you a flavor, Matthias, gives you a flavor. You could see what he's all about, how he moves and stuff, but you got to watch the games. You got to. I really wanted, yeah, but Rodriguez went before we could pick him, Bradigan, so we couldn't even have taken him. I think he went right before us. So, yeah, and plus that corner position, that slot corner position is super important in today's NFL. And so, with Demario Davis and Jamian Sherwood and the backups, Kiko Mauinoa has to be something. Well, he doesn't have to be, but we traded up to get the kid. He's going to come into camp as linebacker 3. He's got to be able to do something, I hope. So, there's not there. We excluding the edge players that are sometimes called linebackers, we really only have 2 linebackers on the field at one time, and sometimes we have 1, depending on how many defensive backs you have. So we really don't have a need for linebacker. You could go that way because DeMario's old. He's only going to be here a couple of years, so you need some backups, and people don't necessarily like Sherwood, but I think Sherwood's going to be better this year because we're taking the green dot off his head and putting it on DeMario. So, all that being said, if we're going to get a linebacker, the value has to align with it, and we're not going to force it. Like this kid from Pittsburgh would be an excellent guy to take because he can play safety and linebacker. He's a very interesting dude, Kyle Lewis. And so that would be someone that makes sense from a linebacker position and what we want to do on defense. So, but yeah, that was an awesome pick. So, these people probably also never played on a team and know that if you have a mopey team that's full of bullshit, you can't win. We need to change the culture around here, and Pons is going to help us do that. Well, you watch. In time, they'll get to like him. I bet you. Commanders pick is in. We're up to pick 71 only. This is going way too slow. It's already 9:40 p.m. here on the East Coast of America. This draft started at 7 p.m. It's been going for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and we're only at pick 71. They got to get this thing going quicker. Even if all they care about is ratings, they got to get these picks in quicker and announced and stop these people with their bullshitting and their acts and dancing around and doing whatever they're doing. Just tell us to pick and leave. Crazy. A lot of good wide receivers still left on the board. Mark Rypien is still talking. No one cares about what Mark Rypien has to say. I can tell you that much. And he's still talking and talking and talking. Now he's going to read it. Okay. It's amazing. It's still not, he still hasn't told us who the pick is. I think the NFL tries to do way too much with this flag football and the salute to service and this and that. I just don't think from a product standpoint, the show as a product, it doesn't work. We should just get the picks in and get it rolling. It already takes too long. It's 9:42. You have plenty of sort of content available. Antonio Williams, wide receiver, Clemson. Yeah, I was saying there's all these wide receivers available. There goes one of the ones that's high on the list. So Antonio Williams goes to the Commanders. Might see a run on some of these wide receivers that are sitting up here. Lewis, yeah. Phil Adams calling it 3 a.m., calling it a day. Can't see Mooj overpaying to come back in, so off to bed. Respect to Frankie and the Frankie fam. All right. See you later, Phil Adams. We got people from all over the world, including Phil Adams from jolly old England, 3 a.m. over there in England. So he's calling it a night. Tomorrow we'll be back 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Here's the list of available players, and as you can see, uh, wide receivers at the top of the list and wide receivers throughout. Malachi Fields still available. Ted Hurst, Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt, Chris Bell. A lot of people thought he would go in the second round, Chris Bell, but here we are in the third round. Seems like it's taken forever because we don't have any picks here, but Deion Burke's available. So, Bengals picked Tacario Davis, cornerback, Taco Man, all corner. Man, 6'3", he's basically 6'4", not even 200 pounds. That's a thin dude. But he did play against Rutgers, so that's, got that going. Yeah, so far we did get one great pick. So we got 4 impact players so far in this draft, but it's been a little dry since D'Angelo Pons was picked because we don't have any third round picks. And so we're just watching these picks go by, keeping track, and watching the big board. You wonder if people are holding this arrest that Zachariah Branch had against him or not. Seemed like something minor to me, but he did get arrested briefly for a public nuisance or something. Here comes the Saints. The Saints pick is in. Then we got the Browns and the Dolphins. Dolphins, I think, have a bunch of third round picks. Oscar Delp, another tight end. So there's been a lot of a big run on tight ends. Oscar Delp, not much production, but people like his athleticism and so forth. Yeah, well, we got to have a little patience there, Matthias. You know, the reason we have this is because of Joe Douglas. Browns are trading back. Browns trade pick to the New York Giants. So the Giants are now on the clock. Browns continue to trade back. Andrew Berry's really doing a good job, I think. Pick is in for the Giants. But, you know, we really should just hold on to JFM and not trade it for what's his name? And all of this could have been avoided. We could have avoided all that trouble. We could have just had JFM and that's it. And, you know, but Joe Douglas wanted to get cute. So, yeah, that's what we got. And Muji, for the life of him, can't get a third round pick. I mean, he traded back, he traded up, he trading around. For the life of him, he can't get a third round pick in this draft. So, oh well. Just got to have a little patience, Matthias. See what the Giants do. Yeah, they need defensive tackle. I would say they need to pick a defensive tackle or 3 or 4. I mean, you need these guys. I would say the pick should be Xavier Harris, Ole Miss. Malachi, but it's not. It's a wide receiver, Malachi Fields. Man, I don't know how they're going to stop the run. Maybe with magic. Maybe they'll use magic to stop the run. Trader Joe. Yeah, Joe Douglas. That was just a stupid maneuver. We should have just kept JFM and not gotten what's his name from the Eagles, and then none of this would be happening, and we wouldn't have had to live through the dumbest holdout of all time where the guy lost money, lost millions and millions of dollars for no reason. So stupid. Malachi Fields, they picked a wide receiver with 36 receptions in 2025. Okay. So we got Miami, then Pittsburgh. Malachi Fields now off the list. So some of these wideouts are starting to go out. I thought they should go for Xavier Harris. Maybe they have some other plan for defensive tackles they're going to sign. They need depth there desperately. Dolphins are on the clock. They've made 2 good picks. Caden Proctor got a good PFF grade, so we got to say that's a good pick. Then they got Jacob Rodriguez and a good cornerback. So I would say the Dolphins, as long as Caden Proctor plays up to his potential, the Dolphins have done pretty good in this draft so far. They need a wide receiver. They should probably take Brazel. Pick is in. Brazel or Branch. Yeah, Field Yates says wide receiver, edge, safety. So, yeah, why they need wide receiver pretty bad. So I think they're going to take one of these 2 guys up here. Branch, Brazel, maybe Ted Hurst, Skylar Bell, Surratt, Chris Bell, one of these guys. Deion Burks. 10 minutes to Muji and Glenn. So I wonder, so they're going to come on at 10 o'clock. So I guess that means they're not going to be making any trades. They must have exhausted the possibility of it. Well, what are Muji and Glenn going to tell us? Well, we love D'Angelo Pons. We understand he's undersized, but he comes from a winning program, and we love his competitive spirit and his athleticism. Blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if I'm going to carry that live. We're not going to get. First of all, you guys can't hear it from here. I don't have a way to carry sound. Like you can see a screen like you're doing now, but I can't uh, get the sound picked up. So I don't think I'm going to go live to Glenn and Muji. I'll just watch it afterwards. I don't think they're going to say anything. Yeah. I mean, that's what they're going to say. Comes from a winning program. He loved the competitive spirit. We love his athleticism. Yes, we understand he's undersized, but he overcomes that with his competitive nature and his ability, and his athletic ability, and his football smarts. That's what they're going to say. And we only have one pick, so what is how? There's not a lot to talk about. They're going to ask him, "Did you see a lot of yourself in him?" They're going to ask Aaron Glenn, and he'll laugh and he'll say, "Yeah, a little bit, whatever." Pick is in. Then we got the Steelers after, and then the Buccaneers. Yeah, if they're doing a press conference in 7 minutes, then maybe they know they're not trading back in. So I don't know. Maybe we should cease the live stream. Who forced the Reddick trade? Oh, you're saying Woody? Do you know for sure? Dolphins pick is in. Chris Brannigan probably right. Aaron Glenn was 5'9". He's even taller than Bonds. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Woody forced that trade. I think he gave uh, Douglas a budget, and Douglas made his choices. So it's really on Joe Douglas. You should be able to figure out how to work within a budget. Plus, I think he wanted Reddick more than JFM, which is stupid. So that's my view of it. Caleb Douglas. Who? They needed a wide receiver. They got Caleb Douglas. I don't even know who that is. What? Why did they do that? There's a lot of wide receivers on this board. I don't even see Caleb Douglas on here. See, where is he? Who is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? Man, that was a deep cut. Caleb Douglas. What? Did we miss him? I don't know, man. There's two guys sitting right at the top of this board they could have just picked, and they picked some guy from Texas Tech that's not even on here. I don't know. Dolphins were having a good draft until that point. Well, maybe he'll be good. We don't know. Steelers pick is in. I don't even see him on this list, so I don't know. That's weird. They went for a deep cut on that one. Let's see how it works out for him. Steelers pick is in. Then we got the Bucks and the Colts. And we got Drew Aller. Wow. Well, there goes that idea for the fourth round. Drew Aller goes to the Steelers, which means they're probably not getting Aaron Rodgers, I guess. Wow, that's surprising. Well, yeah, these quarterbacks go much sooner than you think. Amazing, but I guess that means they're not getting Aaron Rodgers back, right? They're not gonna. You're not gonna take this kid if you know you're getting Rodgers. Probably, man. Trade alert. Tampa Bay trades pick to Green Bay. One bay to the other bay. Down, down, down. Well, Steelers will have an interesting quarterback room now with Will Howard and Mason Rudolph and Drew Aller. Very interesting. BC says, "Do the Jets have any more picks tonight?" Not as of right now. We have three fourth round picks, which is tomorrow, as of right now. But we do not have any third round picks. So, nope. Yeah, Nussmeyer still left. Hopefully, somebody takes Nussmeyer so we're not tempted to do so. Let's look at a big board or something. Tank-a-thon. We can know how many dang picks are left. Full order. We're in the third round. Man, there's 100 picks. We got to get to 100 to get before you get to the fourth. Man, we're only at 77. So there's a lot of picks left, man. Muji might want to try to jump in because we're not picking till 103, which is the third pick next of round four. So let's take a look at this. So you can see here, man, there's a lot of picks to go. We're all the way over here. Jeez, they picked Chris McClellan, defensive tackle, Missouri. So this is a lot of picks to go. And then we pick third the first day on tomorrow. So 12 p.m. sharp. Be there. Be on FSPN. We'll be covering it. But then we have one in the middle somewhere. Where's this one we traded for? It might not be on here. Detroit. Yeah, this Detroit pick, 128. We have this now. And then we have the very last pick of the fourth round. So then in the fifth round, we don't have a pick until, till the end of the round, 179. So pick is in for the Colts. Man, we got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Man. But yeah, so I don't know. There's like 22 more picks, or let's say 25. So we got to look at around 20. So maybe our next pick is like Kyle Lewis or don't look at this name or or Jacoby Lane or Grayson Halton. That'd be a nice pick. Bryce Lance, Genesis Smith, Kamari Lance, somebody like this could be the pick. I don't like any of these people. So, I mean, Grayson Halton would be a nice pick, but we kind of need our safety. If we just get one more safety who's good, these like one of these two, we we're in pretty good shape. Then it's going to be another 20 picks. So we pick again. So it'll be maybe we get Daryl Jackson then. So we could still pull it out. Hopefully somebody picks Nussmeyer before then, so we're not tempted. That'd be nice. That'd be a nice service to be done for us. But we got a long way to go, man. We just got a long way to go. There's too many goddamn comp picks in the third round. And really, they should stop making announcements of the picks like people walking up to the podium after the second round. First two rounds, all right, those are podium picks. But then, starting the third round, they should just, you don't got to wait for the podium anymore. Yeah. Aller's parents are Brown season ticket holders. Okay. Like they should just announce who the Colts picked here. We don't need a podium announcement in the third round. We got to get this damn thing moving. I mean, it's 10 o'clock already. This is a 3 hour production already. It's too long. It's too goddamn long. Big is in for the Colts. Colts cheerleaders are there. Well, that's good. Some Indiana girls on them Indiana nights, as they used to say. Oh, here comes Pat McAfee. We got to have McAfee. If you don't have McAfee, I mean, how can you do anything? Falcons pick and then the Ravens afterward. But right now, Indianapolis Colts, Pat McAfee with just doing some bullshit. See, like, this is just too much. You don't need Pat McAfee doing magic on the show. You just don't. We just want to know who you picked. We don't want your shtick. We don't want your comedy. We don't want anything. Yeah, right. This fucking guy again. Get this fucking guy off the stage. Just tell us who it is, McAfee, you dumb punter. I used to punt. Oh, I used my leg to make a living. Oh, okay. That's nice. The selection is AJ Halsey. Wow, there goes one of our safeties. Bye bye, AJ. Well, he was never going to last, anyways. But it's amazing. Zachariah Branch is still on the board. Chris Brazel's still on the board. Emmanuel Pregnon has lasted. Keontae Scott. Halsey's gone. But, there's some quality players. Skylar Bell's still here. Elijah Surratt. Chris Bell. Dominique Orange. Le Grand Citrus. Um, Zachy Wheatley. Old Wheatley player. He's pretty good. Kyle Lewis is still here. Jacoby Lane, the big receiver out of USC. So there's some quality players still here. But the problem is that we're not even close to done with this round. We're at pick 79, which is over here. And we got to go all the way to 100. So 21 more picks. So got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Falcons pick is in. Falcons pick is in, everybody. Oh, there he goes. Zachariah Branch. So, the Georgia kid stays in Atlanta. That makes sense. I think Atlanta's having a nice draft. Very electric, fast, small, gadget type player. There he goes. Man, if Brazel is available in the fourth round, he's not going to be available, though. If he were, I'd be tempted. I'd be awfully tempted. We knew no third was going to be a problem. Well, it's not a problem. It's just annoying because it's a long time between picks. So, as we're sitting here, it seems like forever, but we'll still get some decent players in the fourth. I mean, we did the heavy lifting already. The heavy lifting, the impact players are those first four picks. That's it. And so now we're going to get some complimentary people. We'll see if we can steal some value somehow, but the impact players were always going to be those first four picks. That's the way it was going to be, Iowa Jets. No Glenn and Muji, Matthias says. Well, who knows? I don't know. I don't know, Matthias. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, we did real good, in my opinion. Yeah, we did. We got our impact players. Look, we'll do a comparison of all the rosters once this is all done, and we'll see who did the best. We'll use PFF, I guess, as the grading criteria because we don't have anything else to use. But we'll see where our roster, compares to some of these others. And I think it's going to look pretty good. Ravens pick is in. You just really wonder. The Steelers are booing the Ravens. After this, it's Jacksonville and Minnesota. Mark Ingram is announcing the pick now, and it's Jacoby Lane. Wow. All right. So it's interesting that you have all these people rated higher, but then you go all the way down here, and here's Jacoby Lane, and teams are going. Actually, we like Jacoby Lane better than Chris Brazel. This dude is also tall. They're similar, 6'4", 6'5", thin guys. So the Ravens get another wide receiver out there. So the Jaguars are on the clock. Then we got the Vikings and Panthers. Jacoby Lane is off the list now. So Pregnon has lasted more than people thought. So same thing with Brazel. We'll see what team wants to take a chance on Razzle Dazzle Chris Brazel. But if he's still there at 103, you got to pretty much take him. I mean, geez. Hopefully, one of these teams takes Nussmeier. That would be good. Get him off the board. Don't you think the Saints? Well, the Saints. It's interesting because the Saints signed Zach Wilson, so the Saints have, they have Shuck, and then they have Spencer Rattler, and then they have Zach Wilson. So you would think that maybe because his father's the OC, Garrett Nussmeier of the Saints, and so you would think, okay, they're in New Orleans. That's Louisiana. This kid went to LSU. His dad's there. But are they going to put a fourth quarterback on the roster? That seems weird. So even the Saints don't seem like a good spot for Nussmeier. But what team, maybe needs a backup, wants to get a young backup? Albert Regis goes to the Jaguars. All right. Sounds exciting. I says, here's where your GM and scouts make their money and build the team. Well, I think we need some. I mean, there should be enough quality left. But yeah, when you're building your depth and you're building your pipelines of players, it'd be nice to at least get some contributors along the way. All right. Bio break time. So talk amongst yourselves. We need a little break. Which came off the board. God damn. Excuse me. Swamp Thing is here. What's up, Swamp Thing? Hey man, we gotta try and I mean, Matthias, you gotta tell me if the Jets uh are having their press conference. If they had their press conference, maybe I'll call this tonight. As far as the live stream is concerned. Because if we're not going to make any picks and we're definitely not trading back in, maybe call it a night and then hit it back tomorrow at 12 p.m. You know, because I thought this would go faster. Actually, I mean it's already 10:18. I thought this would go much faster. It's not. Yeah, big citrus one. Still no press. Oh. So then we'll just hang here because there's always a shot that we might move up. Yeah, Joe Nussmeier sucks, dude. Oh, there goes Brazel. Damn. To Tennessee. That's a great pick. Wow, the Panthers now have Teteroa, McMillan, and Chris Brazel. Whoa. Nice. Panthers are going to be tough next year, man. That's a great pick for the Panthers. Wow. Man. There's a lot of value in this third round. Yeah, maybe I will. But yeah, Joe, I'm not big on Nussmeier. I think he's terrible. So I don't know why we would want a terrible quarterback. Our quarterback for next year is Geno Smith. Yeah, I know, Joe. He was terrible the year before. What was that excuse? Let me just make it clear, Joe. I think Garrett Musselmeyer sucks at quarterback, period, and shouldn't be selected by anyone, period, end of story. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's the way I feel about it from watching him play. We're going to have a backup, Joe. Relax. We'll sign Tyrod. We'll do something. It'd be much better to just sign Tyrod and then draft Cole Payton and develop possibly him. He has actual talent as opposed to Nussmeier, who sucks. And let's just get a guy. No, let's not get a guy. Let's get someone who actually might project and do good and develop. And since Aller's gone, the only guy left now is Cole Payton. So, as of right now, the idea would be sign Tyrod and draft Cole Payton in the 4th round and develop him over time. And that'd be a good plan. And then we can attack it again next year in more of the 1st round area. So there's no problems, Joe. You don't have to reach and get a bum just because he has QB before his name. Cole Payton doesn't suck, Joe. Did you watch him play? Joe, you have to watch these people. Everybody likes bigger quarterbacks. We got to stop repeating obvious things. But Cole Payton is a type of guy who can develop into something, whereas Garrett Nussmeier cannot. In my opinion, you could have your own opinion. I've watched these people play enough. I have my opinions. You can have your opinions. My opinion, I don't want anything to do with Garrett Nussmeier ever, 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 ever. That's my opinion. You could have your own opinions. Cole Payton is pretty good right now, but if you develop him, he has a chance to develop into a franchise quarterback. So that's my opinion. You can have your opinions. But I'm making it clear where I stand on these guys, right now. So it's no need to. Yeah. Well, maybe you watched it backwards, guy. Cole Payton is a lefty. Yep. So, everybody can have their own opinions, but those are mine. I'm making it clear. I don't want any part of Garrett Nussmeier around my team, in my team, any team. I don't want him anywhere near the Jets. So that's my opinion. We'll see what the Jets' opinion. The Jets might have a totally different opinion. They might take him, and then I'll be like, "Damn, I don't like that guy." Yeah, you're free. Certainly free, Joe. And we're free to disagree to agree to disagree. So, yeah, my opinion, I don't want Nuss anywhere near the Jets. So I'm hoping some other team takes him that way. The Jets can't screw up and get him. And if the Jets do get him and he turns out to be good, I'll say I'm wrong. I was wrong. Happens occasionally. Does happen occasionally. The Bucks got Bain, Trotter, and that's it. And this is their third pick. Yeah, but this is just statistics, Matthias. But they are impressive statistics, though. Dean Deckerhoff. Man, we're at pick 84. It's too slow, man. I think the first two round after the first two rounds, you got to end these podium stuff. This podium stuff. That's what I think. Ted Hurst, wide receiver. So now some of these wide receivers are starting to come off the board. Man, you really got to wonder if Mooj is trying to come back up. Watching all this talent go up. This third round, it sucks because this third round is sort of chock full of talent. And that happens to be the round we don't have a pick. Sucks. Ted Hurst goes off the board. Still some talented guys left, but there's just so many picks to go. Jermod McCoy. At some point, you wonder if Jermod McCoy is going to get picked by anybody. Is he just going to completely fall off the map? Is his knee complete dust? He has a kneecap of dust. The NFL, yeah, but I mean, at some point, I guess you'd have to keep the live crowd entertained somehow. But you could figure out a way to do that with the big boards and stuff. Does anybody at the live crowd really care about, Cameron Hayward coming out and walking out and saying stuff and then all these people? Yeah, Bradigan, yeah, at least he's not forfeiting those picks. Steelers are back on the clock. Cam Hayward is announcing the pick, and it's somebody. Dalen Everett, cornerback, Georgia. All right. Chargers and then the Dolphins. The Jets apparently have not had their end of day press conference, so we're hanging on here as we because the Jets with 3 fourth round picks, they might make a package and try to come up. And since they haven't done their end of day press conference, we're gonna just hang on here until the very end. And the Browns had such a good draft. And they're picking again. Man. So I think Browns fans should be pretty excited about this draft. Matthias says still no press conference. Yeah, so you got to wonder what's going on there. Maybe they're furiously trying to get back in. For what? I don't know. Austin Barber. All right, they need offensive line, so they just took a swing on a depth guy. Not a bad idea. Um, let's say the Jets were trying to furiously get back in. I could see them trying to maybe get Chris Bell, Kyle Lewis. Maybe they're worried that Kyle Lewis isn't going to last to them. That's a linebacker safety hybrid guy. Very interesting dude from Jersey, I think. Maybe they like Jalen Kilgore from South Carolina, perhaps. Browns are killing it. Yeah, I think the Browns had a really good draft, so they just got to sort out the quarterback situation and they'll be all right. Dolphins were having a good pick until they picked a sort of a outlier wide receiver, but maybe he'll be good. I don't know. Will Kesmerick, tight end, blocking tight end. All these tight ends are going, so yeah. That was just bad general managing, no doubt about it. So we're up to pick 87. We got to get all the way to 100. Jaguars on the clock. As we get into the 90s, it makes more and more sense because you're not going to have to give up as much to move around. Maybe Mooj wants to get into the mid 90s or something, and maybe that's why they're not doing the press conference. I don't know. I don't know. And maybe who knows what they want to come up for? It could be Jalen Kilgore, could be one of these wide receivers. Could be this Kyle Lewis. Could be Grayson Halton from Oklahoma. Matthias, let me know if they're doing the presser. Um, yeah, 100 on the dot. So Miami has two more picks coming up in this round. They really loaded up on those picks. Matthias says Glenn and Muji must be doing some work or fell asleep. Matthias says no press yet. There's still good players left. I guess they're watching and evaluating the board. Joe says I hate JD for that. Yeah, that was a dumb trade. That was terrible. That was one of the low points of JD's tenure, for sure. All right, Pregnon finally goes off the board to the Jaguars. So he was sitting there as the top guy for a long time. Now he's off the board. So because there's no press conference from Muji and Glenn, we're gonna hang out here until the end. Why not? You never know. But yeah, I mean, there's 12 more picks remaining. We have the third pick of the next draft, the next round. So, what are they trying to do, if anything? And we don't really know. Bears had a pretty good draft so far. It got some needs taken care of. Now they're picking number 89. Leon Thomas, they take a wide receiver out of LSU. Interesting. Another weapon for Caleb Williams out of the second wide receiver university. Is Ohio State wide receiver university or is LSU wide receiver university? That's what you got to ask yourself. You never know. Maybe they're going to jump in at the end. I mean, why are you going to waste a pick right at the end? I mean, if you do, then you don't got to give up much. Maybe we give up a seventh round pick or something. But then you're looking at that very specific player and you just don't want somebody to get him. 49ers picking at 90. We're up to pick 90, ladies and gentlemen. And the 49ers are picking now. And so we'll see what they're up to. You know, I think, I don't know, man. It seems like, I mean, we got about 10 picks remaining. So then we got the first two next. Oh, they take Kalen Black, the running back. Hmm. All right. Third round running back. Um, so we got 10 picks to go and a short time to get there. And we got the Raiders, then the Cowboys. Bradigan says, I hate the Bears. Well, you shouldn't let hate into your heart, Bradigan. It does you no good. All it does is cause problems. So the Raiders have had a pretty good draft so far. You wonder if in the next few picks, if the Jets will jump back in. If so, who would it be for? Maybe Jalen Kilgore, perhaps one of these wide receivers. I know they like Chris Bell. Ding dong, Chris Bell. But he's coming off an ACL injury. Good possession receiver. So forth and so on. Sam Hecht. That could be your backup interior lineman. Maybe Wheatley out of Penn State. We do like our Penn State players. 6'3", 203. Raiders pick is in. This Grayson Halton is somebody that we might want to take a look at. 6'3", 293. But he has power and strength at the point of attack and initial quickness. This guy seems like a really good value pick right here. Still nothing on the press conference. Well, you got to wonder about that. I mean, we're less than 10 picks out from the round ending and the night ending, and they're not doing their press conference. So that can only mean that they think there's a chance of, at least a chance of getting a trade or something done. Right? I mean, why else? Matthias says no Rutgers players in this draft. Well, Rutgers stinks. Stink on ice. So I don't know. It's very curious. Keontae Scott is sitting here. 5'11", 193. But we already took a nickel, so I doubt we're going to want him. Really? Maybe it's Xavier Harris, maybe Jalen Kilgore, 6'1", 210. Though it says he has trouble with missed tackles and needs to fix angles in pursuit. That's not good for us. Raiders are now picking with Matt Millen, making the choice at pick number 91. Raiders select Trey Zune, center. So they're obviously going to want him at guard. They just paid $27 million for a center, so he's not playing center. But I'm sure they think they can move him to guard. Q from X says, might as well wait for their own pick now. Well, depends how the board plays. If there's someone that they have their eye on specifically, then and there's a few picks, it might be worth it to move up and get him. So, yeah. Dallas on the clock at pick 92. Dallas, will you tell us who you've picked? The Rams are next, followed by the Dolphins. Michigan edge, Jay Sean Barham. All right. So We're waiting for either the Jets to come out and do a press conference to end the night or hang out here because they could still make a trade. We're up to pick 93, and the round ends at 100 on the dot. So we got 8 more picks to go, and we don't know, really, if the Jets are, in fact, trying to get back into the round. Matthias says there's still no press conference. So there might be something going on, or there might not be something going on. But at the moment, we're going to just stick here. We might as well stick it out for the last 8 picks of the round anyway. And then we'll be back here tomorrow at 12 p.m. when round 4 begins. We do have 3 fourth round picks tomorrow to start off the day. So that'll be exciting if we don't make a trade here in the next, 15 minutes. Looks like this. They pick an offensive lineman from Missouri. Looks like this draft is going to still have some interesting moments remaining, even in the 4th round. So we're just sticking it out here with you guys in the chat, hanging out, seeing what happens. As I mentioned before, if you're new around here, please subscribe to the channel or at least give it a thumbs up. If you want to go a little extra, join the Inner Circle, $2 a month. You can join the Inner Circle and get lots of extras. You could get extra emojis, extra draft resources, extra everything. But you got to click the join button down below, and then it's $2 a month. So you got to budget for that. $2. Dolphins are on the clock. After that, the Patriots. Pick is in according to this for the Dolphins. And the Patriots, and then the Seahawks. So we're hanging on and hanging on and hanging in till the end. And then we'll see what happens. You never know what could happen. It could be magical. It could be tragical. It could be amazing. It could be boring. You never know what could happen in this life of ours. Of course, the Jets have gotten most of their work done already with the first 4 picks of this draft, 3 of which, according to PFF grades, which of course are not the Bible, but you need to go off of something when you're quickly discerning things instead of hours and hours of film study. 3 of the players are graded as blue chip prospects, and then 1 as a red chipper. So we picked up 4 significant impact players so far. And the lack of a 3rd round pick has been annoying as we've been sitting here most of the night not being able to talk about any additional picks. But we were able to trade back from our initial 44th pick to get an additional 4th round pick. So that is how we got to 3 4th round picks for us in this draft. And so tomorrow, starting at 12 p.m., we'll be here to cover it live. That should be a lot more exciting than what we were able to do today with 1 pick on the board so far. We do have 6 more picks to go here in round number 3. The Dolphins pick is in. Then we got the Patriots. Then we got the Seahawks. Then we got some other teams, and we'll see who wants to do what. But it's been very interesting so far. Well, we'll see if you could give up your first, 4th, and a 7th to go into the 3rd to get the guy you want. It sure is worth it. For example, we may want this safety, Jalen Kilgore, and we don't want to mess around with anybody else. And so, depends how you have your players rated. Or Chris Bell, or who knows. Barham is gone. Pick is in for the Dolphins. Wonder if the Dolphins will just go back to wide receiver once again. Gotta wonder. Oh, there goes Chris Bell. Wow. Yeah, they did. So they're building up the wide receiver room down in Miami land. I think the Dolphins are having a nice draft. I really do. They really stockpiled their picks, and now they're picking well, I would say. Their first pick is a risky one. Caden Proctor, he could be great, he could be terrible, you don't know. But if he's good, then they really have a really solid haul here from the draft. I like this pick, Chris Bell. He's coming back from an ACL, so maybe he doesn't start the season right away, but so what? You got all the time in the world to get a guy who can be a long-time contributor once the ACL is completely healed, and he'll be good to go. So no real problem there. So I like that choice for Chris Bell here. They have a whole uh, animation about Chris Bell. This is weird. Patriots are on the clock. The pick is in. Patriots also have done pretty well for themselves. They got their offensive line squared away. Then they picked a nice defensive lineman. So Seattle and Minnesota after this. Still no press conference, Matthias says. Freaking Dolphins. Yeah, they're being smart, so that's annoying. I think a lot of teams are going to be drafting smart these days. Well, we kind of need more. We need another wideout. We only really have 5 or 6. I mean, you need more than that. And that counts Irvin Charles, who he might be a special teams contributor or he might get cut. We don't know. And Arian Smith, how do you want to count him? So we need another guy, and probably one of our fourth round picks is probably going to be wide receiver. And I was hoping maybe we could steal Chris Bell, but that didn't happen. Patriots take a tight end, Eli Raritan out of Notre Dame. Boy, the tight ends, a lot of teams are going to be deploying 12 and 13 personnel, I think. All right, well, trade alert. Trade alert. Is this us? Is this us? Seattle trades a pick too. Nope. Pittsburgh. Not us. Steelers now on the clock. The Steelers got their offensive lineman. Then they got Jeremy. Then they got Drew Aller. Then they got a cornerback. So uh, it's been an okay draft for Pittsburgh, I think. Nothing too outstanding. But then there's 2 Minnesota picks back to back. Maybe we're trying to convince them to move back on one of those. Pick is in for the Steelers. Cam Hayward back on the microphone. Pick is in for the Steelers. Cam Hayward says they've selected. Oh, he was not talking about the selection now. He didn't talk about it. There goes Dunker. Jennings Dunker. He's dunking on people. So they really wanted this offensive lineman. So the dunk man gone. He gone. All right. So the Steelers bulking up the O line. Guy goes from Iowa, where the colors are black and yellow, and goes to the Steelers. Their colors black and yellow. Never has to change his wardrobe. Very nice. Still no press conference. Matthias says, well, we only got 4 more picks. So, but we did just see a trade. So there could be working the phones. Vikings are on the clock. They already picked Caleb Banks, Jake Golday, and Dominique Orange. So basically all defense. The pick is in. So they're not trading that pick. I mean, well, the good news is basically 6 picks before we pick, and then we can get. I mean, there's a lot of good players on this list. So our first pick tomorrow, we can still get a good player, whether it's Kilgore or Xavier Harris, this defensive tackle here, 6'8", 6'8", 330. Jeez. I mean, what if we're targeting this dude, 6'8", 330 pounds? Well, that'd be an interesting player. But or one of these wide receivers, or probably not taking Keith Abney. Maybe Wheatley, maybe Lewis, maybe Halton. There's some good players here. Bryce Lance is still here. Let's see how these last few picks play out, though. The Vikings have gone defense, defense, and defense. So B Flow is happy. I'm not so sure KOC is happy. He's like, what about me? Can I get a pick? They probably need offensive line, I think. They don't need any wide receivers, I don't think. Well, we're just waiting for these last few picks of the third round as we move forward. We're picking third in the fourth round tomorrow. So certainly one of these top 10 players are available to us and beyond that. But so there's still some good players here. Yeah, we could definitely take a kicker tomorrow. Drew Stevens would be one of the ones that we could take for sure. Uh, Hopefully that's part of the plan. Just nail down that position for a while. We're in commercial now. Pick is in for the Vikings. Pick is in, everybody. Caleb Tiernan, offensive tackle, Northwestern. Okay. Well, now the Vikings have another pick. You wonder if this is what we were trying to go get this second Vikings pick, perhaps. Well, they finally picked an offensive player. Hmm. So the Vikings are on the clock, it says. And the pick is in. So, no trade, apparently. So, I don't know. I would say it seems like very unlikely that there's going to be a trade. They take Jacoby Thomas, safety, Miami. Okay. Well, two more picks in this round and then two more picks in the next round. So we'll definitely have some players that are available to us that can help our team. So that's the good news. Which one we're going to pick, I don't know. But that's the good news. We're coming up on the end for this evening. The Jets ultimately did make a trade, but it was a trade back, and we were able to select with that trade back. D'Angelo Ponds pick is in for the Seahawks. They're saying 101 Buffalo. Wait a minute. I think that 101 pick is tomorrow. Oh. Well, this must not be. Yeah, 101 should be the beginning of the fourth round, and that must have been part of the Buffalo Tennessee trades because it was originally Tennessee's pick. And the Seahawks select Julian Neal, cornerback, Arkansas. Must be the Jed Bucket. Do you think Harold Perkins would make a good safety? Who knows? Harold Perkins, probably not. I mean, he plays near the line. I don't think anybody knows what to do with Harold Perkins Jr. So I would rather just pick a safety who's played safety in college. Guess that's it. Good night, everyone. Yeah, we are pretty much at the end, unless we're going to trade for this 100th pick, which I doubt. The 101st pick is tomorrow. That's the that's the fourth round. Should be Buffalo, then the Raiders, then us. So we'll be here 12 o'clock tomorrow. And we'll see what the Jets are up to starting then. So pick is in for the Jaguars, so we're not going to be making any more trades today. So the Jaguars select Jalen Husky. What's going to suck is listening to these media dicks like Connor Hughes talk about how Aaron Glenn drafted Aaron Glenn. That's going to be an annoying thing that we're going to have to listen to, these fucking douchebags. God, I hate them so much. But anyway, we'll see you back here tomorrow at noon. Don't forget to thumbs up the video, like it, subscribe if you're new, join the inner circle, and check out Frankie from Flatbush.substack.com. That's the written form of the Frankie information. And we'll see you tomorrow, 12 noon, live here